A phenomenal initiative, Design Debate is a multi-city event where every month we head to an exciting. We've conducted 18 editions so far, Delhi being the latest one, and traveled across the country. I mean, it is definitely safe to say that Design Debate is taking design fraternity by storm. A phenomenal initiative indeed. And for our 19th edition, we are visiting a city resting beside the Tapi River in the West Indian state of Gujarat and the commercial center for textiles, Surat. So here we are introducing Design Debate's brand new theme, Aesthetics versus Economics, in the city with the most well-established diamond and textile industry. You will be hearing a lot more about the theme from everyone present here tonight. So I won't take up much more of your time. My humble request to you would be that we have a lot to celebrate here today. Some absolutely brilliant names in the industry will be soon taking on the stage. Let us make sure the applause does not die tonight. To begin with, let me call upon stage Mr. Bibhor Srivastav, Managing Director of ITP Media Group, our leader and the person who launched ITP Media Group in India to deliver the opening address. So please join me. Everybody, please give a huge round of applause.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's absolute privilege to stand in front of you to talk to the hall full to its capacity. When I stand here, I only see sea of heads, and that is so heartwarming. Well, I don't recollect, maybe about 7 or 8 years, Jignesh knows when I was here, the city has transformed. It has really grown leaps and bounds, and so has the talent. Ladies and gentlemen, the design debate and what you saw in about 3 minutes was to tell you who we are, where do we come from, and what do we do. But at the heart of it, whatever we do, we really stay neutral, we stay credible, we stay meaningful, and we create forums which allows knowledge sharing at the highest level. My team says we are like 300 plus. I don't want hoteliers, the hotel to listen, other they'll charge me more. But yes, we're like 350 plus, which really shows how much you have really given your love and support to make this evening spectacular and successful. But whatever it happens, you have to work as one cohesive force. And I have to immensely thank Triple ID, Double IA, for joining us and making this evening possible. I have to make two very special mention. My friend, architect Sandeep Shikre. Give him a hand, please. Sandeep, may I request you stand for a minute? This gentleman, his body of work speaks volume. He is grounded, he's rooted, and yet is very affectionate. His work is something that you will die for. What he creates is spaces, happiness, sustainability, and make sure he covers the entire spectrum. So thank you, Sandeep, for making it to this city. Thank you very much. The other gentleman, and I always want to say, nothing is possible unless you have your partners with you, the brands who work tirelessly to understand what is this great design fraternity needs and gives you that cutting edge, the cutting solution. And that's, I want to join me to give a hand for Mr. Mohit Hajela. It will be very shallow for me to say, but I truly look up to him. He represents Jaguar, but more than anything, I have immensely learned because I never knew what is architects. And when I went up to him, he gave a great narration and helped me to understand what is this design fraternity? What is that design fraternity thrives on? So Mohitji, thank you, a transformational leader and some incredible body of work. And I don't want to stand between me, Mohitji, and Sandeep Shikre. Thank you. And I'm sure, like you, I'm also here to learn with you. And I'm really looking forward for an evening of great discussion, debates, and collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Mohit Hajila, Group Head Business Development, Jaguar Group, to please address the evening.
Amrita, if I'm late by 2 minutes, you'll take the voice. Good evening, Surat. First and foremost, thank you, Bibhor, for getting all of us together. I think today this hall has some of the most creative and structural minds in India. So I think let there be a big round of applause to this fraternity of designers. I think Surat is known beyond gloss and glitter of diamonds to be voted to the second most cleanest city in the country. I'm sure this city would make it to the number 1 slot very soon. Absolutely a pleasure to be here. And on behalf of Jaguar Group, I welcome you all. As you know, we value knowledge partnerships and we very strongly believe that is the only valued contribution that brands like us can do. We have less to offer, but then again, more from the product offerings, what we do. It's absolutely an honor and privilege. We talk about the session today, that is aesthetics versus economics. I have some thoughts which are my pen thoughts, and something which I very profoundly believe coming from this industry. I think when it comes to aesthetics versus economics, the topic is interesting and as intriguing as something which is where faith ends, logic begins, in a very, very complementing over. But deep diving into a little more, if I look at aesthetics versus economics, separately with predominantly form following function, then how do we approach aesthetics? I think, is it the impunity with which in public realm we see obnoxious structures and urbanscapes seldom designed in context and being glaringly lit? And when it comes to economics, do we approach it only from the perspective of just being L1? Should a designer not have a final say when it comes to urban planning and urban design and developing the cities of tomorrow? Just a food for thought. My personal belief could be a little different. I very strongly uphold that aesthetics is the way I look at to be seen from the prism of aesthetic longevity. I repeat, aesthetic to be seen from the prism of aesthetic longevity. Because achieving timelessness in design, I repeat, achieving timelessness in design is of utmost consequence and what any aspiring designer or a celebrated designer aspires. Economics definitely is not L1. But a great design first, delivered high on performance and exacting standards, and preferably frugally engineered. We need sustainability from the perspective of materiality, optimal sourcing, and drawing strong regional design perspective that meets the climate change imperatives. I repeat this again. I think the regional design perspective that meets the climate change imperatives is the order of the day. How successfully we are able to work around creating disaster resilient infrastructure. Sandeep Shikre. I think today all economies are interlinked. We are talking about how we are able to deliver the best globally interconnected economies. In the realm of that, do you think nations can ill afford structures which are not disaster resilient? How soon an economy bounces back? How soon a nation responds? I think that's success. For us as Jaguar Group, I would not say before it is aesthetics versus economics. I would say it is aesthetics and economics. As a group, we look at aesthetics again because we lead the industry to design innovation and sustainable production. We say that, yes, we are truly, we take a lot of pride in saying that we are from India. We are truly a homegrown Indian multinational into 55 plus countries. We believe in India, and India is showing the way to the world. What more? We have got some of the finest designers here who I think are one of the design puritans. I was just sharing with Sarojji a little while ago that I think Gujarat has some of the most esteemed fraternity of designers who are design puritans. This is a state that values design first and eventually those designers get respect. So a big hand to all of you for doing whatever you are doing. I think we take a lot of pride in what Gujarat is doing and how Gujarat is leading the way. But coming to what we do in aesthetics, yes, we talk about our most celebrated series. I will not talk much about Jaguar. You know it more than me. I'm just about 6 years old. Coming from a luxury background, maybe for me, understanding Jaguar has been quite a learning. But yes, as I shared, we talk about Matthewson doing a Laguna, which is all about a very endearing philosophy called simplicity of complexity. And I think when it comes to neutrality, when it comes to sustainability is being seen again from the prism of aesthetic longevity. Coming to sustainability, I think, as I said, we fairly feel that as as responsible marketers, it behooves us to nurture and value our natural resources. Anything and everything fall in the tenet of green initiatives. I talk about a USGBC LEED Platinum certified global headquarters that we built. We're almost generating close to 6.25 megawatt power through solar panels. We were one of the early adopters of radiant cooling technology, time when most of the people were shying off. But radiant cooling technology, we have been able to reduce our air conditioning loads by more than 45%. Every bit of wastewater is being recycled into horticulture and cooling towers. Solid waste goes into biomass energy. I think Snehal will be impressed to hear this. And also the similar extension has gone into all our factories, all our plants in Bhiwadi. Though we talk about our indulgence into water and light, but we are a zero discharge plant. We are almost closing to 4,221 metric tons of brass we recycle every year. We almost recycle 5 lakh liters of water every day. I'm using every day. I'm talking about 150,000 faucets being manufactured every day. We talk about a global supply chain. So I think India is definitely making sure. So I'll not hold because I think we are all looking forward to Sandeep delivering, talking about aesthetics versus economics, and also a very, very illustrious panel, Doyens 1 and Doyens 2. We're looking forward to a great session. Thank you for coming, and it's an honor and privilege to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving on, I would now like to introduce to all of you our keynote. Although Mr. Mohit Hajila has spoken quite a lot, but I still would like to say a few words on my behalf. He spearheads SSA Architects with a team of 300 plus young, dedicated, committed professionals that renders architectural, interior design, and construction management consultancy services. He's a USGBC lead accredited professional and has a deep committed towards sustainable development. He is the founding member of IGBC and also chairman of IGBC, Indian Green Building Council, Mumbai chapter. He is a patron of CTBUH, the Council of Tall Building and Urban Habitat, whose head office is in Chicago, USA, and is on advisory committees for several forums. He's recently been honored with Senior Fellowship Award by IGBC and is recognized as India's top 30 architects by Forbes India. He believes architecture is a comprehensive approach which combines the hard skills of design and the soft skills of human connection and experience. In a nutshell, it's all about space, people, and happiness. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause for our dear keynote from SSA Architects, Architect Sandeep Shikrik. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm extremely delighted to be here today for several reasons. The first reason that I'm meeting my friend and my colleague, Mohit. Mohit, we are very proud of you because you are the first Indian brand who has made us so proud in our industry. So keep it up. Also, Bibor and his team for the ITPs initiative, they have been coming up with a wonderful programs, and I'm quite privileged to be here. And most importantly, Surat is a city which is very close to my heart. I was here in 2019. I had a great time here. I have so many friends here. Snehal is here. Sarojji is here. And I've seen the kind of bonding and kind of relations those are resonating in this particular city, which is quite magnetic. So I'm very glad to be here. I will share some of my work, try to focus on today's topic, which says aesthetics versus economics. I fully endorse what Mohit said. I would also say aesthetics and economics, there is no conflict. Aesthetics should be with economics and aesthetics should enhance economics. And that is what the architect should be creating. Yeah, so architect always has been a quest for me, and many of you are architect here, you will agree with me. After so many years of practice, I yet feel it's a continuous journey of searching something. You are never sorted, and that's the beauty of this particular profession. This quest keeps on moving you on all the time. So after a long time, we penned down this particular definition. We said, what is architecture? It's a creative science that combines art and engineering to develop a built environment. It's a comprehensive approach which is responsible for its contextuality, functionality, sustainability. Most importantly, it has to be people-centric. It's a combination of a hard skill of design ability and soft skills of connecting people. In a nutshell, we say it's a space, people, and happiness. If you design a space for the people and make them happy, I think job is very well done. That's what we strive at SSA to do. I'm quite blessed with the team. This is a team that we grew over the last 30 years. We've started our office with 2 people. The average age of my office is 28 to 30. I'm the only one who's growing old, but I'm enjoying a great time with the team. There's nothing that happens without the team. We say teamwork makes a dream work. We have a quite diverse portfolio, but today I'm going to concentrate more on a high rise because I think that's most relevant for the city of Surat. But we have a presence in all of these disciplines where we could achieve some good projects. These are all our projects in city of Mumbai. We feel very proud that we could add some nice iconic structures to the Mumbai city. I'm going to discuss and share with you some of my projects. In every architect's career, there's a cycle that takes place, which is normally of 4 years. Your project starts and after 4 years, you complete, commission and hand it over. And we were pleasantly surprised to see that in 2021, immediately after COVID, we could deliver 1.3 million square foot of construction in city of Mumbai. All of these projects were commissioned, completed and handed over. That's something that architect always strives for. Aesthetics versus economics, I feel aesthetics should enhance economics. That is what an architect should do. Sustainability in high-rise age, we'll be talking about it. So today, if you'll see the demographics of India, all of us will agree that there's a 2.5 times of a construction that we have to yet build. So there's a rapid urbanization. Almost 80% of the population will move from rural area to urban areas. So when you talk about a high-rise, we were always discussing whether high-rise is a need or a greed. Is it nice to have or must have? In earlier days, high-rises were nice to have, global dominance, symbol of economic and social growth, and so on. But today, I feel it's a must-have, and all of us, and this is going to come to Surat also very soon, whereby you will see skyscrapers and not the skies. But that's a need of today. People say high-rise and sustainability is a conflict, but I feel there should not be any trade-off between environmental responsibility and high-rises. We need to seek both. So our story, these are some of our high-rise buildings. This is probably going to be a tallest residential tower in Mumbai and in India, which is 321 meter tall. That's Piramal Aranya, which I'm going to share with you today. Those are the 2 projects which are in the heart of the city. This is a Crescent Bay, which is a very, very iconic project we did in the center of Mumbai. These are 6 towers, which come up with almost 5.2 million square foot. And what you see there on a 27th floor, there's a skywalk, which is actually a 4-story skywalk, which actually allows the tall building to hold. So as you go tall, it's not a gravitational force, but it's more of a lateral force that works. There's a couple of more buildings which are there. That's a Crescent Bay picture. It got completed a couple of years back. Some of the pictures of the podium. And this has all been done with the very state-of-art construction technology. In high rise, you have to lock everything before you break the ground because nothing can be done in mid-course correction. So all of your good for construction drawing, all of your shuttering drawings has to be ready at a day zero. That's one of the major principle of a high rise. And that's a deck which is on a 27th floor, which is almost 100,000 square foot of a amenity deck, where there's a total population of 2,700 people, which are 2,700 and car, and around 1,200 families are living in this particular premises. This is a very interesting project. We had this building which is east-west facing. A lot of sun is hitting directly on the facade. So we developed a computational design where we could actually develop a facade which is very microclimate responsive. We developed a leaf which is kind of a intervention, and all of this facade is 100% off-site prefabricated facade. And this all has been done with the computer files. These computer files are given to the robotic machine, and each of these shapes, there are total 27 prototypes which have been designed on the building, and they will be plugged on the building once the building is fully complete. They're all microclimate responsive. You'll ensure that there is a good daylight coming in, but there is no glare coming in. So that's a small animation that expresses as to how the building would look after it is complete. It's a simple building, but added with these leaves, what we call, these leaves are different as they go up and as they go into a different portions of the building. And they're, each one of them have been designed for the microclimate responses. It's 252-meter tall building. And those are the leaves which we are going to make it in a GRFP, glass reinforced fiber plastic, which is very green in its nature. And that's the machine which will actually develop each and every form. This is ICC 1 and 2, which is also complete. It's 2 residential towers. This is, it has almost 6 acres of a podium. That's actually a Mumbai, you don't have a space left on a ground. So what you do, we say whatever we lose on the ground, we try to create within the building. So every horizontal surface, every vertical surface together must multiply at least 1.5 times of what you're depriving of the ground from. So there's a lot of biophilic characteristics here. We've got a podium where we have a nice recreational facilities where all the people can enjoy their leisure time. And this is where I remember the students from Snails College, they had come to Surat and they were all there for their, I think, site visit as a study tour. And we had a great time meeting them. This is another project where we actually carved out the clubhouse, which goes inside the total parking lot. This is also fully complete. So normally what happens when you have a podium and a tall building, all the activities on the podium kind of do not get a privacy. And they also kind of interact with the people who are in a neighboring apartment. So we played little innovative and carved out that particular shape of the clubhouse, which tucks inside the parking area. There's some of the tall buildings. So this is very interesting project, which I'm going to share with you today. All of you must be aware of Central Park in New York. Central Park in New York is almost 3.41 square kilometer. And all the real estate around the Central Park is so precious. And people have been going tall there because of the FAR increasing. And that also helps to the growth of economical, what they call as a gross economical growth. So you could see all these buildings up coming up there. We were blessed to get a plot in Mumbai, which is also next to the zoo, which is 60 acres of a zoo. And this is a plot which is just next to the zoo. And this project is called Aranya. Because if you go into this particular project, you have a completely eye-filling, uninterrupted view of a 60 acre of a green space, which is a lung of Mumbai. And that's how we have 3 towers there. First tower is already completed. That has gone 272 meter tall. We have a large parking podium below. So this parking has been a big task for all of us. Every project we do, the parking numbers are so astonishing, 2,000, 3,000 car parking. And that is something which is very tough for an architect to deal with. I have been trying to advocate with our MCGM that we must reduce, we must de-incentivize the larger number of parking as it is done in Singapore and Hong Kong. And I have a urge for all young Gen, don't go after this kind of a crazy parking. That's a lot of embodied carbon, and it's going to become very tough for us to handle in future. So that's the plot relation with the entire central park of Mumbai. That's a master plan. We have 3 towers. So we have a hierarchy of a clubhouse being on a ground. There's activity on podium. There are E-decks within the building, and then there is a rooftop. So that's how this 3 towers stands. Very beautiful. On one side, you have a ocean view. On one side, you have a complete green 60-acre of a view. This is what is the current status. So this is third tallest building in Mumbai. The first tallest building is what I'm going to share with you later on. When we topped up, there was a nice party on the rooftop at 241-meter height. The building is now complete. The first building is complete and it's been handed over. And I was surprised as to, we were thinking, will really people come and buy? But to my surprise, all upper floors were sold first. The 72 floor to floor below, they were sold first. So people are loving to go in the skies and they like that kind of a thing, which was quite a good learning curve for me. We did it with a lot of heart, conviction, and passion. It looks absolutely awesome. You have an eye-filling view on all your sides. The building is microclimate responsive. It has natural openable windows. You can breathe the air, you can sense the rains, and you have good fun there, and there's a good rooftop on top. So this is a drop-off area at the ground floor. That's the podium. We have to ensure that the podium looks quite biophilic. So we took the opportunity to make the podium very green. So total green footprint also of the building goes quite high. That's the podium top. And we have a nice infinity pool which looks towards the zoo side. There are totally 6 swimming pools which are there. This is all. Phase 1 is complete. These are all pictures of the podium top. And there's also a large screens where people can enjoy the soccer finals or the IPL finals. So it's a lot of community spaces there. Almost to the extent of 500 to 800 people come on the lawn and enjoy this kind of a digital experience there. And that's a rooftop. This is a rooftop at 258-meter high. Mumbai looks absolutely stunning. I mean, all the rooftops are very good. So we have created a nice lounge there. So all the activities which are quite serene, quiet. There's a wine lounge. There's a nice hospitality deck on top. And the rooftop is also quite stunning on the building top. These are some of the views from the apartments. And we created a show flat. This is actually a picture of a show flat. When you sit in your deck, there's nothing between you and the green zoo. So the first apartment starts at a 48-meter, and you have an absolutely eye-filling view of a zoo over there. You don't feel that you are in the city of Mumbai. There are some of the pictures of the clubhouses. And in a tall building, typically you'll have a layout like this. What you see it in the center, that's actually a core. And in a tall building, the core is very important because your entire lateral force is being taken care by the core. And all that we have are those buildings which we call as a gravity columns and the blades. And that's how the tall building starts. Because once you go above 100, 150 meter, it's not a gravitational force, it's more of a lateral force. We could observe here 6 kPa wind pressure. 6 kPa is supposed to be extraordinary wind pressure. So the entire building is designed for 7.5 kPa pressure, and the facade of the building is also designed for that kind of a wind load. So we had Nisarga, we had all cyclones, typhoon in Mumbai. This building is standing tall with zero tolerance in terms of its water leakage, in terms of its air turbulence or anything. And these are the balconies which are there at upper floor. So we did the wind analysis. Where the wind is calm, those are the places where the balconies have been given. So at no given time, you'll have any wind turbulence that will come in your way. These are the actual pictures of a show flat, which is done on 68th floor. And you could see the glazing that we did. So there is an openable window. There is a fixed window which allows you to have a nice view. but there is a proper openable. A lot of people have a misunderstanding about curtain wall. If you do a curtain wall smartly in a residential building, it's a blessing. Because for such a tall building, you cannot do a concrete, you cannot do a masonry work, you cannot do a plastering. It's humanly impossible. You have to have a facade which is off-site, prefabricated, machine-made, well-tested. That's the reason one must keep it in mind. Glass and sustainability, people feel it's a conflict. I personally feel it's not. If you use the glass smartly, it's a wonderful material for you to use. And this is one of the example where we could use the systems and overall areas where people can breathe natural air. They don't have to be in a permanently air-conditioned premises. So these are some of the up views of a show apartment. That's a pavilion we have on the podium top. So all the amenities, indoor, outdoor games, all the facilities which are recreational, quiet facilities for all age groups which have been provided there. And that's the rooftop. The drone shoot we had done while the project was under progress almost 6 months back. And from the ocean side, you see these towers quite standing tall and iconic, adding to the skyline of Mumbai. So next project, Session. This is also a very unique project. This is a project on a Nepean Sea Road. Those who know Mumbai, right next to the American Embassy. At a very good location, you have one side, again, a big green space, which is a Parsi Agyari. On one side, you have a completely uninterrupted ocean view. This building actually had began 20 years before, where this building was designed to be 24 duplexes, very luxury building. Unfortunately, the building was stopped for some reasons, and the project could revive after almost 20 years. The project came to us with a challenge that the building was designed for 48 floors, and the client wanted to add another 12 floors in the same building, which was designed 20 years back with that kind of a load. You can see this is typically the structure that we do, a framed structure. There's a column beam and there's a proper ductility that happens. It was a huge challenge. And this building actually got an award internationally, because what we did there is that we converted the building from 12th duplex. It was built till 117 meter when it came to us. And we could build another 151 meter on top of that. What did we do? Because we couldn't break the building, and that was not required. The self-weight was already done. The foundations were already done. We replaced the entire RCC load to steel. So we converted the entire building to a steel, but it's not as easy as it's sounding to you. It had a lot of wind turbine and other things. We spent a lot of time, and finally this building is now coming up with 27 duplexes and 2 triplexes. And this is how the plan, which was there originally, where you have this kind of a columns, beam, and the frame structure. We cleaned up all those columns and we made it like that, where we took the outer columns also in a twin columns. We made them very slim. We opened up the view corridor and we cleaned up the whole building in terms of its shafts and everything. Of course, the building was very well designed in those days, but now the relevance is totally different. So this is one of the very good example of adaptive reuse and a retrofit that we could do. So these are the interventions that we did. And we have a beautiful duplay, and all side there's a green space looking at the city view, looking at the ocean view. And there's a nice particular, this apartment penthouse nestles between it. So it's completely having a shading device. And that's how the plan was done, with the living room having a double height and so on. That's the total. It's a pencil tower. I mean, it's one of the most slimmest pencil tower that we will have. It's going 321 meter tall. And that is how this whole building has been designed. So while I was in New York for one of the conference, I was at 56 Leonard Street building. And that's also a beautiful building done by Harzon Dibong. So that building, when I went into a terrace, you cannot stand there. So I was talking to the people there. They said you can stand only 25% of the time in the year. So what do you do? So I said the same situation I'm facing here at a little different scale. Just to ensure that people enjoy their terraces, we could do some kind of an interventions. This is the clubhouse and the landscape of a common area. And that's actually a dew play. So we created these wind screens. So these are the wind screens and the sun screens, which will not allow the glare to come on you. These are all motorized. They all work on your handphone. 7.2-meter tall wind screens, they calm down the wind and you can do them microclimate responsive. We've done the sample of it, it's working perfectly fine, where we could also make the terraces enjoyable for the people. So if not 100%, at least we got that 25% to 70%. Of course, when it's a cyclonic wind, people should not go there, but otherwise they can enjoy it very well. So that's actually the approach that we could do in the building. These are some of the pictures of the show flat. So everywhere you have an eye-filling view, floor to ceiling glass, but it is tucked inside, so you do not have a direct exposure to sun and wind and rains. So even you are in a bathroom, whichever part of the house, the view catches you. You are always in touch with the view. That's a deck. And this is an intervention where you could see those circular slabs. We created a metal rail there, and we got these motorized screens, which acts as a weather panel. That's a unitized facade, which is there for the main penthouse. And these are the screens, which you see there in a red color. They all go behind the column when it's a beautiful day. But when it's a sunny day or when it's a windy day, they all move the way the occupant want it to be moved. And they also take care of the wind pressure that would come on the building. It's very tough when you do this kind of intervention for a tall building. The wind pressure may further enhance due to these wind screens, and it will have an adverse impact on the main building. So this particular project failed 3 times in our wind tunnel analysis, but we didn't give up. Finally, at the 4th time, we could crack it with a proper perforations and several technical interventions. And finally, this is going to be like this, where we have this motorized system tucked into every floor level, and that will allow you to have this kind of a wind screens. The building literally goes above cloud. That's the vision from the Bulabai Desai Road. And that's a pencil tower. This is the project I had shared a long time back, but I'm sharing it again because it's now complete in all respect, very close to my heart. This is on a CTBH map, India's tallest mixed-use complex, which is 204 meters. There are so many buildings which are taller than this, but they are all residential. This is mixed-use, today tallest tower in India. Again, a beautiful location. It was earlier Koinur Mill, having a nice ocean view on one side. You can see the typical shape of the plot. So we could identify actually the place which was more conducive for the habitable built environment. And naturally, we went up to that tall. So we created a small retail block which acts as a buffer between the hustle and tussle on the road. Then there is an atrium tower and there's a parking tower. So this building is not only serving for the occupant, but there is also 1,200 car parking for the neighboring community. So there are so many things that this building is giving to neighboring community besides having its own captive use. So these were our initial sketches. We had done this rendering, which is on a Jantar Mantar. A building would look like a nice depiction of our ancient Indian architecture, Jantar Mantar, with a beacon on top. Then we depicted a sun temple and the microclimate responsive kind of a facade with detailed articulation that we have on our temples. And then there was an expression of a diamond, which is actually the brand of the owners. So finally, after long deliberations, all 3 renderings were great, but people then finally opted to go for a Kohinoor as what you see it on the left-hand side. And we started with the building. This was going to be a tallest 324-meter tall building. We got the civil elevation NOC. And when we started the building, when I had come almost at 30th level, the civil elevation from center chopped off my 100 meter. So what do I do? I'm at that stage. They said, you are coming in the tertiary path of the air flight, because air flight, when they don't get a landing, they keep moving in the air. So Mr. Architect, we are very sorry. We are chopping off your 100 meter. Can you believe 100 meter has been chopped off when we have already reached 27 meter? So we were literally extremely stressed and such a huge turmoil coming up. So we gave a birth to another tower. So what you see, this east tower is actually a second thought. All that 100-meter which was chopped off from there, I had to put that on my parking garage. My parking garage also had come up. These are the kind of challenges you get when you do a mega project. And as an architect, you should be very smart enough to adapt that. It's totally 2.7 million square foot of a work. This building, which was tall, whatever could be not possible there, we got it on this building. But it has been done so seamlessly that today nobody will say that this was an afterthought. It's been done in that particular way. There's a retail block which is coming up there. And this is how the overall building stands today. So that's the central tower with the retail block below. We have a west side and a pantaloon. And we have got a lot of star occupants there. Bastion is coming there on the rooftop now, which is going to be India's flagship restaurant of Bastion, 14,000 square foot of a Bastion. So whenever you come next time, please give me a call and I'll book a table for you out there. It's going to be absolutely stunning. It's got a very beautiful rooftop at that height. So these are some of the pictures after it is complete. So for such a building where every day 8,000 people are coming, there are 12 drop-offs, just like an airport, because you cannot have one drop-off. So we did the actual mock where 42 cars can be parked at one given time, 42 people can get down, and there are 12 entry exits which are there for the people. So it's been simulated before we go live, and it's working perfectly fine. Building is 70% occupied now. That's it, the east side. And this is a ZS, which is a exclusive lobby for the rooftop, privileged penthouses and the privileged offices. There's a separate lobby and there are two elevators which go at a 9 meter per second, which is the fastest elevator in India, and they go to the rooftop. These are some of the pictures of the atrium. And every alternate floor, we have a sky garden. Sky garden has the biophilic plants, which actually filters the return air of the air conditioning, which is called biofiltering, which is working perfectly fine. So that's how the sky lounges are there on every alternate floor after 16th floor. And that's how the tall building again works. The core is in the center. You have all peripheral area, which are gravity columns. So 14,000 square foot of area with no column, no beam. So that's the core, which is in the center, and that's the area which is around. So the core takes care of everything. We have low-rise, mid-rise, high-rise elevators, fire escape elevators, egress, and so you have all the office suites where there is no structural member coming in your view corridor. This is the actual show office, which is done on the 47th floor. You have a beautiful view of a Worli ceiling on Barna Worli ceiling on one side and CT on other side. There's some of the offices which our interior team did. They have come up pretty good. And that's how the services are placed. All these services, which are plumbing, HVAC, electrical, FHC, your fire escape route, they're all accessible for every occupant at their own level. We have low-rise, mid-rise, and high-rise elevators. In tall building, always, you don't have a single stack for the elevators. You have to distribute them as per the height of the building. That's what has been done here, and it works like this. So we have low-rise, mid-rise, mid-high-rise, high-rise, and super high-rise. So there are totally 46 elevators and 12 escalators of a different kind of a meter per second. So it's a very intricate science because you have to take every day 8,000 people are coming and going. So we did something called transit management, where if Mohit is coming, the turnstile will recognize Mohit on his smartphone. The turnstile will open. They know Mohit's car parking is on 4th floor. By the time he goes to the 4th floor, all turnstiles are open. He parks his car. The lift is waiting for him at 4th floor. And it takes him to his 42nd floor. So everything happened as a transit management. You save at least 3 to 4 minutes per person. Imagine 10,000 people into 4 minutes, how much of a national wealth is saved. You feel like a James Bond where you come, there's no human intervention and you go to your office suite very fast. That's what has been working there pretty good. And when you do this kind of a high density, high rise projects, you need to have a lot of integration of a digital intelligence into it to improve the efficiency, to improve the life and fire safety, and to also improve the energy efficiency. So the building has a heliport on top. We did this in a Revit, one of the very complicated shape that we had to do it on top, but it's 100% compliant with international standards. The heliport is there. We don't have a permission, but the minute the aviation department will open the permission, this will be one of the first heliport that will be in action. Those are the views that you have from the upper floors. East side. This is east side of Mumbai is also very beautiful. This is on the southwest side. These are the snapshots of the building. The second tower is a residential tower, which has a clubhouse on a 14th floor. So it has a separate entry exit, totally secluded. There are 6 apartments per floor. Again, the core is in the center. Each apartment has a beautiful view on all the sides. There's a 4.2 meter of a height, and you have a good view of the surrounding. There are nice decks at alternate floor, which again allows you to look at the ocean front. And there's a clubhouse on the 14th floor, which is half an acre of a clubhouse, which is on the 14th floor, above the parking garage. That has an infinity pool and a lot of recreational facilities. And what we did, we created the energy center, which is outside the building. So the entire energy center where my transformer, DG sets, cooling towers, chillers, everything is away from the building, which is in a 13-story building. And we created a tunnel. So that tunnel actually gives the stacks for the plumbing, firefighting, HVAC, electrical, AV, everything. So anytime we want to do any engineering upgradation, nobody would come inside the building. There's an independent building which can be accessed independently from the road, which is a service road on one side. And that's how the entire life cycle of this building will work. So these are all sustainable parameters. We are aiming for a goal, lot of functions, lot of interventions with the students of architecture, fraternity of architecture. This is again a team from Surat, which had come there. We had a great time with them. And we also had a CTBH walk where people travel on the 52nd floor. So against the gravity, that was also quite a big thing. Just show you a film of this. So in the end, I would like to say the future, I feel actually, the future communities can also be similar to James Cameron's sci-fi movie Avatar, which actually depicts the self-sustainable super tall home tree that could probably be the next step for the zero energy and the positive energy structures. A lot of people have that apprehension and inhibition about the tall buildings, but I feel that the tall buildings are not a greed, it's a need, where the skyscrapers will sustain the neighboring community by reducing the eco footprint, reduce the energy consumption, reducing the travel impact, reducing land use, increasing vertical density, and maintaining the farm and forest land. There's no doubt that the tall buildings and high density structures are the need of the future. While designing them, our challenge is to be smart and thoughtful so that they are both sensible and sustainable. If we can do that, we can continue to keep our feet on ground with our head in the clouds. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. That was really a very captivating presentation. Sir, I request you to please stay back on stage. I'd like to invite Mr. Vibhor Srivastav from ITP Media Group, Mr. Mohit Hajila, Group Head Business Development from Jaguar Group, and Mr. Vijay Chauhan, Chairman IIA Surat Center, to kindly come on stage and felicitate our dear presenter.
Thank you so much, everyone. Now, before we dwell further into the evening, we have a very special message from MRF. I'd like to invite Mr. Harish P. Patel, Regional Sales Manager, MRF, to kindly come on stage to present about this incredible brand, Vapicure Paints by MRF.
Good evening, all panel members and all seniors. Thank you very much for participating, given us the opportunity to participate in these events. And really, we thanks to all of you who are using our products since a long time. Just have a quick introductions and our products range, which we have in the portfolio. Have a company profile. It's fully subsidiary of MRF Paints. लोग बोलते हैं ये टायर वाले हैं ना, definitely we are from the tire family and we are the same family. We are manufacturing paint also since last, we can say, 3 decades. So having good experience of manufacturing as and marketing in the entire pan India, we are as a ISO 9000 company. There are fully equipped manufacturing plant in Chennai. Why Chennai? Because Chennai is a place where all products, we can say, paint industry, we are testing out there and success in the entire country. That's the only reason we have a plant over there. Of course, tire is also based on from the Chennai. So all we can say office and our manufacturing plant in the Chennai only. We have fully R&D centers for the innovations and continuous development of our products range in the market. As far as the market required, we manufacturing required based of the products. We have highly highly qualified chemists and engineers to develop products and which will last for a longer times. We have a strong distribution network who can buy products as a customer or as influencer from the market easily. It's easily we can say available in the market. We have RDCs, regional distribution center, who provide the material to our depots quickly and timely. So we have products available across the pan India. As far as Gujarat is concerned, we have 3 depots across the Gujarat. One is at Rajkot, one is at Surat, and one is at Ahmedabad. In Ahmedabad, we have a regional sales office where we are planning to have a we can say training center for the influencer, who is a painting contractor, is the main influencer for us, who products use based on your we can say recommendation, they use our products. So we are giving training to the development on a periodical basis. Business development teams to support engineers, architects like you, and builders also. So we have products for all we can say surfaces like wall surfaces, wood finishes, metal finishes, and specialty products. We have products for wall finishes, entire interior emulsion, exterior emulsions. We have products wood finishes for, as you know very well, metal coat and wood coats are available since long time. Specialty products like glass coating products we also available, which we have demonstrated products in the events. Let's talk about the exterior products. We have Aqua Fresh products, which is last for 7 years. We can say there is 1000 shades are available in these products. We have tinting machines right now. By that, we can develop shades, more than 1000 shades in interior emulsion and exterior emulsion. It's highly durable products, UV resistant, and stain resistant products. Of course, we are not, we can say, manufacturing those products which will affect the human body. We are manufacturing eco-friendly products across India. So some of the coverage which mentioned, which is 110 to 130 square feet per liter per quart. We have Aquafresh interior products, that is exterior and this is interiors. Again, there are more than 1000 shades are available in these products interior. Highly durable, it's a washable, stain resistant. All this we can say customer requirement, we are manufacturing the products. No one has given the interior warranty period, which we are giving right now. Exterior, everyone is giving, we can say competitors like, but we no one is giving a warranty for the interior products, but we are giving because we have trust on our products. Then slightly we can say second product, that is premium one. These are we can say lower premium one. That is Altura. Altura, which is used for interior and exterior both the surfaces. All the we can say this is interior and exterior emulsion. There are 1000 shades, more than 1000 shades are available. Altura shine is also there. People who wants, we can say shine, more shine, then there is a product is available. It's a washable. Again, there is a 5 years performance warranty is there for interior as well as exteriors. For economical class customer, we have Visa products which last for 3 years for interior and exterior. Again, there is a, 2 classes, we can say Visa and Visa Shine is there in the market. Every product we have eco-friendly products. Again, I'm talking about the exterior economical products is a campus. For more bigger projects, all the people are using this project, we can say economical products. There is a 900 plus shades are available. It's highly durable, it's washable and stain resistant. Recently, we have launched Aquafresh Dam Guard, which is mostly we can say used for exterior. 1 coat people, painting contractors applying 1 coat of these products and 2 coats of finished products for the exterior, we can say, for water repellency and fungus and everything. This is a strong adhesion and high durable. It's a washable and stain resistant. DFT is we can say 75 to 80 microns and 0.5 mm crack binding abilities are there, and it's elastomeric products. Of course, it is eco-friendly products. For a primer category, these are the interior emulsion, exterior emulsion which I have talked about. For the primer category, we have Aquafresh primers, which is PU based. No one competitor are manufacturing PU products, PU based products, which we have in the market, which will last a longer time in the market. We have Altura 2-in-1 primer, and we have a Cello primer, which we have recently launched, which is mainly launched for the bigger projects. There is no, we can say, separate primer we use for interior and exterior. It's a 2-in-1. For solvent base, we have 3 category primers. One is ST primer, solvent based primer is mostly used in Surat for interior purpose. Then they are applying finished products for interior. So we have that products, and economical exterior primer and an interior primer. The customer who wants separate primer for the separate walls, then we have already portfolio. Well-known product for the wood, we are master in the wood finishes and metal finishes. We have a wood coat, which is well-known product for wood finishes. Nowadays, wood and metal is a very costly, we can say, things in the market. People are using best product to protect both the surfaces. We have a products for the wood finishes. So these are the second product, which wood coat Italia. I can say nowadays this trend has become a more active in the market to use, we can say, PU paint for a wood finish and metal finish also. So we have a product for a wood coat Italia. The main beauty of this product is, we can say, it's a mirror image of this product. You can see as a glass. You can see your face in when you apply our products. It's a fast drying product. People are using, we can say, product which will, we can say, dry for a faster times. It's only 2.5 years, 2.5 hours, the product will dry. So painting contractor will finish this work in immediately basis. I can say 15 days work, he can finish 5 days. We have fresh wood interior and exterior. This product is well known for a Surat. Mostly dealers are using, selling these products in a long time. Good, we can say UV, and it's a PU-based products. Nowadays, we can say time has gone for a melamine, but still we have products in the market. Earlier it was, we can say, well-known, melamine was well-known for a wood finishes, but nowadays the PU-based material, we can say, all of you are suggesting and using these products. Easy wood, this is very economical products. It's brushable and easy to apply. For a metal coat, there are 3 different, we can say, primers. It's PU-based primer is there, epoxy primer is there, and zinc chromate primer is there. This will protect the surfaces for a longer time for anti-corrosive properties. All these products are, we can say, anti-corrosive protective. First we apply, we can say, all three category of primer, then apply for a top coats, like metal coats. Metal coat, this is PU, premium two-pack PU. It's a there are more than 900 shades are available in this product. We have a solvent-based machine in the market. Water-based machine is also there, and solvent is also there. So we are tinting this product into the machines and developing the shades. We can develop we are developing the shades from this MC, and metal coat plus product is there. It's a PU based products, and highly moisture resistant is there, highly UV resistant. So good scratch and resistant and good retention for a longer times. All of you have recommended this product for metal surfaces. So Durethane is an economical PU. Metal coat is a premium PU, and this is the economical PU. So all the class of customers, we have the products range as far as the price point is concerned. So these are the economical PU for the wood finish as well as the metal finish. Multi-purpose, I can say acrylic superfine finish 1K PUs. It's very economical products, brushable and easy to apply for a standby and temporary work. We can say you can use these products. Nowadays, synthetic enamel has gone out in the market. Now, all customers are required good quality of enamel in the market. So we have spec'd up PU enamel, which we have launched in the market. Synthetic enamel will not last for a longer time. It will, we can say, fill up or in a 1 or 2 years, we can say kind of period. But this will last for a longer time. So we have these products. Presently, we have 33 shades available in the shade cards. But in future, we are launching basis for tinting shades, and almost 900 shades are available in these products. Spec'd up PU enamel. The products which we have launched 4 years back, that is Zameen. Zameen is a 2K PU floor paint. Already samples are available in this, we can say, trial. It's a 2K product which is applied on the, we can say, pivot blocks. Mostly in a car parking, people are using for this product. Even in a terrace, people are using these products. It's a good abrasive resistant, highly UV resistant, and it's a 4 years warranty kind of period. 4 years warranty we are giving these products, so it will last for a longer times. It's a solvent-based product which we are recommended for these surfaces. Epoxy, that's, we can say, 2-pack epoxy paint is there, and which is used for, we can say, base coat for epoxy. Generally, majorly used for industrial, but for nowadays projects, for high rises and good premium projects, we can apply for the epoxy two-pack system for exterior and interior. There are 13 shades are available, running shades, black, white, golden, yellow kind of thing. Aqua Fresh Cool, which is used in a terrace nowadays. People are mostly, we can say, worried about the terrace, leakages and seepages. So we have the solution of these products. Altura metallic acrylic emulsion is there. There is a 5 shades are available, interior and exterior we can use. Shield level is high, highly durable, and primer, we can Salta primer can be used and then apply these products. Glass coat is also there. The product which is not available for the with the competition, we have the products on the glass coats. You can apply products, paint on the glass, and you can design and create a different looks of the products. Some of the projects which I am highlighting for the country level, which we have done. I don't have much more projects in the Gujarat, but I'm damn sure in the next we can say event we will share it and highlight my own projects only in the Gujarat. Some of the projects in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, Kolkata, because we are based from the Chennai, mostly we can say products are using there only. Gujarat, I can say it's a newly launched in the market. Some of the Ahmedabad, we have Pramukh Swaminarayan statue was there, event was there for the 3 months. We have painted with our products. Little bit projects in the Gujarat, no much more we can say projects. Calicut, we have projects. Gujarat, that Swaminarayan Expo is there for 3 months now that we have painted with gold. Poicha Mandir, we recently painted with interior emulsion, exterior emulsion, and all we can say surfaces of Poicha temple. Recently, Amit Shah was inaugurated Saranpur Mandir, Saranpur Hanumanji statue. We have painted with the MRF gold.
Sir, requesting you to shorten your presentation as we are running short on time.
So these are the metal coat which we have used. Some of the key projects. So we can support to you. We will support to the business development. We will your requirement. We are doing sampling. We are doing sampling of all products, including PU phase, including interior emulsion, exterior emulsion. We have a project preview system also to develop the how project will looks. Rest of the we can say I already discussed the 4 RDCs. The technical guidance team is also there dedicatedly. They are in the market to support you. So let's make a Surat, beautiful Surat with MRF paints. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that lovely presentation. I request the team of ITP Media to kindly play the AV of MRF Vapacure Paints.
Here comes Mr. Perfect. Everything has to be perfect, just perfect for him. Be it the elegant kitchen where cakes are baked, or the stain-proof table on which it is served, or the shiny grill on the balcony for vlogs. Be it the shiny, tall guarding grills of gate, or the antique swing Rocky Door loves. Be it the luxurious building exterior for viral videos, or even the wooden doors or windows. Be it the cool terrace for yoga, or the impressive short walkways. Mr. Perfect needs everything beautiful. Everything. MRF Paints. Wood coat for all wooden furnitures. Zameen PU floor coat for paver blocks. Alturia interior and exterior for walls. Aqua Fresh interior and exterior. Luxury wall paints. Metal coat for gates and grills. Aqua Fresh Cool for terraces. We have paints for all parts of your home. Give the perfect finish that your home deserves with MRF paints. Here come.
Thank you so much. Moving ahead, I would now like you all to acknowledge Duroply and its remarkable line of products. Can we please have the AV of Duroply? Thank you so much. That was a lovely AV. Now, moving forward, I would now like to introduce to all of you the curator for today, who shall also be moderating both the panels of the sessions. He's a versatile professional with expertise in design, entrepreneurship, and teaching. He earned his architecture degree and urban design post-graduation from CEPT University, where he received multiple gold medals for his academic excellence. He also studied at the TU Delft in the Netherlands as a part of a student exchange program, which broadened his thinking about diverse cultures and innovative approaches. In 2002, he co-founded S-Team with his college friend and wife, architect Saloni Shah. The firm offers architecture, interior design, green building services, art integration, product design, home styling, project management, and design and build solution, and has completed over 900 diverse projects in various parts of India and won more than 40 design excellence awards. His commitment to excellence in design is rooted in his belief that designers have a significant responsibility towards the planet. S-Team's foundation is based on people first, planet first, prioritizing sustainable practices in all their projects. They've developed over 30 green certified projects, mostly being platinum certified by IGBC and USGBC. He founded the IGBC Surat chapter and served as its chairman and co-chairman for 6 years, leading to S-Team receiving the Green Champions Award from IGBC in 2021. He's also founding partner of Urban Initiatives, which works on city-level urban design and planning projects. He co-founded the first co-working business in Surat, EcoVec, in 2018, which now has 3 facilities across the city. Apart from his professional pursuits, he has diverse interests like playing drums, tennis, and reading books on self-help. He has even edited a book titled Aging Gracefully and wishes to write more about his experience in future. In conclusion, he's a passionate designer, dynamic entrepreneur, and sincere teacher committed to excellence and in design and sustainable practices. His unique partnership model firm S-Team has completed over 900 diverse projects across India and has won more than 40 design excellence awards. He diverse range of interest, along with his commitment of imparting adaptability and compassion to the new generation, making him a rare combination of skills and passion. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause for our curator for the Surat edition, who shall also moderate our panels, architect Snehal Shah, founder and MD S-Team Design.
Sorry?
Thank you so much, Mr. Snehal. I'd like now invite Mr. Indrajit Sauji, Mr. Mohit Hajila, and Mr. Rupesh Kapadia for Chairman IIG Surat Regional Chapter to please come on stage and felicitate our dear curator. Thank you so much, sir. And now it's time for a very, very interesting message from Blue Star. Can we please have the AV for Blue Star?
Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.
To change the slide changer. Can I have this on? Oh, it's on? Okay. Thank you. Right. So I know my task is going to keep you waiting, keep between you and your dinner. So it's already 8. So we have a choice to make. We'll of course try to be precise and to the spot. And one disclaimer, very interesting topic. But as Mohitji said, and as Sandeep also reiterated, there cannot be aesthetics versus economics. So it is going to be aesthetics and economics. So there is not going to be any debate today. Instead, so we'd like to use this wonderful opportunity by ITP Media to bring out knowledge, what everybody believes sitting in this hall out here. And trust me, we have a lot of programs where we share the works, but this is one of the very few occasions where we get an opportunity to know what the fellow faculty, fellow professional is thinking about. So thank you so much for that, making this happen. So Today, I cannot start without wishing one of the wonderful architects a very happy birthday. His, so Charles would have been 93 today, and I really admire him for the way he could deal with equal empathy and equal competence, whether it's a project like Kanchenjunga or a Gandhi Ashram. Where is the question of aesthetics versus economics? Nonetheless, the topic is aesthetics and economics. So a lot of questions come to my mind. Are they equally important? Are they same or are they different? Are they two sides of the same coin? Has beauty anything to do with the budget or is it independent of it? What is economics for a designer? Is it only about the budget or does it include so many other rationalities of the profession that hinder the unleashing of the amazing creations? Lots of questions arise in my mind, but also at the same time, I ask myself, what is actually this beauty or aesthetics for me? I think the premise of aesthetics is more important to be established first before getting onto the economics part. So I set for trying to understand what the Wikipedia and Webster have to say about the aesthetics, with the hope that I shall tend to the monster aka economics little later. So that's what the Wikipedia tells me, that it's a branch of philosophy. So it's a branch of philosophy concerned with the nature of beauty and the nature of taste. And what is the primary function? The function of aesthetics is the critical reflection on art, culture, and nature. There is nowhere economics coming in picture. So just trying to understand what economics is aesthetics is. So what exactly are we dealing with here? Where do we find aesthetics? Uh, in this hall, where do we find aesthetics? What are we looking at? And so aesthetics is there in all our art forms. It's be it dance, sculpture, theater, painting, even the graphics. Everywhere there is aesthetics all around us. You look around further and you see the fashion, the dressing, be it traditional, be it Western, ornaments, all kind of things we carry, and also the makeup. Everything is aesthetics. And then what do we consume? What are the commodities that we use on day-to-day basis? So be it our cars or even the travel bags or what we drink, the kind of container in which we drink, or whatever we wear, the eyeglasses, everywhere there is aesthetics. We making a conscious choice every moment. And then coming closer to where what we do every day. So Corbusier, everywhere there's aesthetics, be it his building, be it the chair or the interiors. And there is aesthetics in traditional architecture. So look at Hawa Mahal or a pole in Ahmedabad or Pantheon or Colosseum. Everywhere you see, this is why you travel to other cities, you travel the world to see the aesthetics. And aesthetics is across the design styles. So somebody may like this, somebody may like that. Mane to exposed concrete game, mane to classical game, all kinds of things. Ultimately, you're doing a house, and there are 100,000 ways to probably do it. And everywhere, what is our judgment factor? Aesthetics. And then coming closer to the contextual part, so be it the shikara in Kashmir or an igloo or even a bunga in Kutch, everywhere you look around with little awareness and you see what conscious choices a human being makes when it comes to aesthetics. So now that we are aware that we're really surrounded by aesthetics, we are in a field where, in a way, we are trying to create and sell aesthetics.
This is what we like to call good design. So what exactly is good design? Thankfully, we live in a subjective world, and hence there are so many answers to this. So when we talk about good design, is it the splendor of a Taj Mahal built for a person who is no more? Or a wonderful, flexible office full of daylight where you like to work every day? Is, uh, is good design timeless? That's what we learned all the while. And now suddenly we also feel it should be fashionable. Why does it have to be timeless? It's difficult to design whether Zaha was fashionable or timeless. Professor Doshi, whether he was not fashionable, you can't say that. And so is Moshe. Another thing, is good design designer centric? Is it about an individual like Franco Gehry creating something, some miracle out of a crumple? Or is it Moshe Savde's architecture with evolved people and technology? Or plainly what Raja Jai Singh thought 500 years back? What exactly is a good design? And then, was it Laurie Baker's bare architecture or some beautifully crafted pieces in a very embellished classical interiors? What is a good design? Ours is such an impossible profession. On one hand, the heart dreams of writing a frozen poetry. The mind constantly nags and pulls down the poet within and asks the designer some very difficult questions. To me, these are the impediments that come in the way for the designer. And like Abhimanyu in Mahabharata, the designer is expected to find a way out of this and write the poetry. Let's meet these impediments. How to begin the design? What are my priorities? What does the client aspire for? Am I equipped with the knowledge and skills demanded by the project? So design approach varies from person to person, and sometimes lack of it is a big impediment in achieving what one tends to achieve in a good design. Some funniest and ugliest designs happen because of bylaws. For instance, the first guy is trying to take advantage of a 4 feet cantilever, which is allowed. The second guy is probably trying to build his fire staircase in the margins. And the third guy is more about aesthetics and doesn't care if the balcony can be used or not. And look at what the bylaws permit on the last image. So if these bylaws are really useless or are they constructive, I don't know. The best things in life are free. The mind constantly struggles to make sense out of this. Do you agree? Business model. Are we into the business of design? Is the creative soul of the designer really equipped to handle a business? The insecurities within often compels designers to work at fees that are not non-viable, and then what suffers is the final creation. Do you agree? The unethical practices in profession are leading to compromises with the quality and then the eventual outcome. Ask yourself, do you agree? And of course, technology. In India, we do not use a mobile phone which is 5 years old. Neither we use a car which is 10 years old. But still in the college, we all teach Mackay to the students, building construction by Mackay, which was written and published in 1945. How the hell is this okay for a good design? And this is the outcome of the impediments. The results of this impediment is often something like this. I'm sure most of us in the field of design would have experienced this sometime or the other in our career. And with this, I would like to introduce to you our first set of panelists, the Surat Next Gen. So how we're going to do this is that I'm going to introduce all of you first. I would request you to step up on the stage when your name is called. And I would like to have all of you here by the time I am finished introducing all of you. Okay, so these are some wonderful talents of the city who have accomplished a lot in just a few years of professional practice. The future of the design of Surat rests safe in the hands of these wonderful designers and would be interesting to listen to their views on today's topic. My request to you is to provide your insights, keeping your practice in the background so that the audience gets to know about your personal journey and they benefit by your experience. So to start with, I would like to, sorry. Okay. So I'd like to start with architect Krishna from Dot Design. So Krishna, would you mind coming up on the stage? Yeah. So after graduating from SCET in 2014, Krishna continued her passion of working with Gurjit Singh Matharu and Komal Matharu at Matharu Associates for over 6 years. And her association with the firm is still continuing. In 2017, she co-founded DOT, a cross-disciplinary design studio that specializes in delivering design solutions in architecture, interior architecture, and products through exploring spatial forms along with material physics to bring forth experiences unique into a specific brief. Besides practice, she's actively involved academically, both in architecture and design schools, where her core interest is exploring spaces from the perspective of its interiority. Let's have a look at what she's done. I'm going to show some variety of works that she's worked on. So there's a beautiful apartment in Bombay, Chidan. This one. If I may reveal the name. So that belongs to the very famous nutritionist, Rujuta Devekar. That's another space in Surat. And then this is one of our larger projects, ongoing construction. It's a large diamond factory in Surat. And some of our products, some lights. Yeah. So let's give a huge welcome to Krishna. Moving on next, there's another star amongst us. He's Mr. Architect Jigar Asarawala. He did his BArch from SCET in 2008 and worked with some renowned firms in Delhi and Goa. Before he set up his practice in Surat in 2011, he set up his practice with architect Chinmay Laiwala and architect Tarika. And the firm is called Neogenesis plus Studio 0261. That's probably the longest name any architectural firm would have in our country. So it's a multidisciplinary design practice established in 2011. And in this 12 years of practice, they've completed over 100 interesting projects. And according to him, there are 100 more ongoing projects. That's to be underlined. So welcome, Jigar. So next, so I'll just go through some of his interesting projects. So there's institutions, some beautiful houses, farmhouses, and they did lot of cafeterias. Some of the best food in Surat is served by restaurants designed by them, and some retails too. That's their office in Surat. And next, I would like to introduce architect Apurva Desai. So a big round of applause for Apurva. So Apurva is the senior most of the next gen team right now. He completed his architecture in 99 from IED Vidyanagar. And then along with his three more friends, he formed the firm called Utopia. So that's Apurva, Urvak, Shvipul, and Bhavin. Four of them are a solid team with a team of over 30 people in the office. And they've been doing some beautiful work in this last 15 years. Uh, I have experienced a lot of synergy when I meet them because I had a privilege to be in touch with all of them. And they really are onto a next level. They are more into working with developers lately and providing a very interesting architectural option to the city of Surat. Some of the projects. A lot of real estate projects. And the one on the right, which you see, is a office for a developer, which is really won a lot of awards and is a very beautiful office. I've been there. A big round of applause, friends, for Apurva. Next, I'd like to introduce somebody who was a batchmate of Jigar Asarawala, and he also passed in 2008 from SKET, and later on did his master's from UK from Oxford Brookes University. There's something today about this panel. Everybody is a partnership firm, which is a beautiful trend which has developed in Surat in the last few years. So Mayank found his partners again in his batchmates, Kaushal and Mayank, and they founded the firm called Adda Architects. Adda Architects, I'm always curious, what does Adda stand for? Because it has very interesting meanings to it. Their prime field of work is residential and commercial real estate development, but have also designed quite a few mesmerizing institutional projects and interiors. Mayank's personal strength lies in handling planning and of institutes, residences, and private interior projects. Please put your hands together for Mayank. Let's have a look at some of their works. So as this diagram says, they're also working a lot with the real estate developers. There you go. Now it's a pleasure to introduce Prakriti. Prakriti Desai, can we have you here? So Prakriti is somebody who's always impressed me a lot. As a student, she was a brilliant in academics and she swept every gold medal possible at SKET. And she was not satisfied with that. Even in masters, she did that. And then she went to win the NIASA award for her PG thesis at the national level. So having her proved her mettle at academics, she then joined Angan as an associate architect. And since then, she's been very focused on urban design practice, which is very rare in a city like Surat. And she's done and delivered some brilliant projects. You can imagine how difficult it is usually to work with the government bodies. But but she has been insistent and consistently delivering projects after projects, which have become very important landmarks for the city of Surat. So we are very proud of you, Prakriti, for doing this to my city. And other than that, she has one more dimension. She's an ardent traveler with a passion to teach. So she founded a very unique company called Beyond Travel Studio, with an idea of traveling and teaching for architecture students and young architects. So that's Prakriti for you. May I have a round of applause for it? And lastly, I would like to introduce Mr. R. Prabhu. Are you around? Yeah. So Mr. R. Prabhu is a mechanical engineer who passed out from University of Madras and presently working in Blue Star Limited. He's the general manager handling pan-India sales for critical application chillers. He has overall 22 years of experience in HVAC industry, handling diversified roles like customer service, retrofit business, projects, products, sales, etc. He is an expert in providing optimal solution for both air conditioning and refrigeration requirements. He is an active member of ISHRE and various seminars on HVAC. Let's have a round of applause for Mr. Prabhu and the whole panel. And can I request volunteers to please get all the chairs on the... Thank you. We'll need 7 chairs, or at least 6, if you don't want me to sit. Okay, so by the time they fix this, I would like to explain you what's going to be the format of this. Like I said, this is not going to be a debate. So, and I'm usually more comfortable when things are structured. So I've structured this debate into 5 segments covering 5 topics. So for each segment, we'll try to throw questions which are related to the segment. Sorry, Prakriti, I forgot to show your works and you at the site. So these are some wonderful projects. There's a floral park in Surat. Shahid Smarak, a very beautiful project coming up in Surat. This is the Randir project she did for the redevelopment of Randir area. Some of our residential projects. Gaushala, cow shelter. Okay. So may I invite all of you to take your seat? I hope I'm able to sit. No, I'm good. So most of them I have been a teacher too. So please do not get overwhelmed if I ask you questions. This is not your class. Okay. So without wasting more time, I will, so just like I said, we'll go to the first segment. And the first segment is about the design approach. Okay. So when it comes to design approach, it's going to be simple, plain questions directed to a particular person. There's no, you cannot pass your question. But if somebody wants to add something to it, please feel free to do that. Okay. So Prakriti, like I promised, the first one is for you. So you're working a lot for the city. So when discussing the image of a city, we usually think it very visually. What do you think defines the aesthetics of architecture of our city, Surat?
So I would like to start with defining aesthetics. So talking about aesthetics, a very simple way to talk about it, that it is an expression of art. And while we design projects for Surat city for the public sector, the idea is to how to make this expression of art or the expression of beauty more approachable and more accessible to people, right? It should not be something which is exclusive to the rich or which belongs just for those who can afford it. But the whole intention is to make this idea of good aesthetics and good experience that the good aesthetics offer make more approachable to the people.
Thank you. So next one is for Mayank and Apurva. Either of you can start first. Um, so what I'd like to know is that what is the architectural trend right now globally and nationally caught your and respect to Surat in the next 5 years, what kind of trends are you seeing that will come in Surat?
Can I get the question?
Okay. So first part of the question is globally and nationally, what kind of trends which you are seeing in architecture which has caught your eyes? And with respect to Surat, in the next 5 years, what do you see as coming in amongst the trends in Surat in architectural part?
I think globally, I mean, what we relate in in the kind of works we do, like you said, we work for developers. So if I particularly target the housing market or the sector we see, I generally tend to look east more than looking at the west because the climatic conditions in the middle, in the Southeast Asian region is pretty similar to what we have here. Looking west is it's inspirational, of course, but kind of getting direct derivatives from there is I think it's intangible is my belief. So yeah, what we see, what we probably see in Singapore or in Thailand and on those countries, we would actually have the opportunity to work with consultants from those countries, and the way they approach buildings, because we've all traveled like Singapore, Hong Kong. We see housing there, we see housing here, and we see a vast difference. Especially in Surat, Mr. Shukre presented some amazing buildings which are at par or even better. But in a second tier city like Surat, we still have leaps and bounces to go. So just to kind of collaborate with these kind of consultants, see the way they approach a building. It's not about what you see on plans and what it's the entire the flow of traffic, the feel. It's like a holistic approach. So we just was working with like landscape consultants, but the kind of value addition they bring in, I think they will change the scenario and this the kind of perspective of housing that we have in the city.
You mean to say there would be much bigger role of landscape in Surat's architecture in the coming times? Is that what you mean?
Not only that, it's just that the kind of impression they leave on us when you work with them, I think we will also kind of be inspired to bring in a little more than what we do today. So of course, yes, landscape is going to be important, integral, but I think the buildings we make will it's like a challenge for us to kind of stay balanced with the landscape that you're going to get delivered. So it's, yeah, we have to be up for that challenge, and let's hope we get better buildings and better landscape to see in the future.
Thank you. Mayank, what's your take?
I would like to just add few things in the same line what Apurva has said. I think Surat is moving towards an experience-driven architecture, specifically in real estate. So all the, I think, developers as well as the architects like us who is working for developers are working more for an experience-driven architecture, like to give a more like feel for the users rather than just an good-looking building. Rather, we are more working for a good service as well as a good experience building. So I think in coming days it will be more enhanced, and I think it is good that it should be enhanced in the same manner. So I think the next trend in the next 5 years, I think we will working more for the good experience in the architecture or in the real estate, I guess.
So better spatial experience and better resolved services. Is that what you mean?
Definitely, because better service is always a
Yes.
good experience, I guess.
Yes. And today we learned a few lessons from Sandeep's presentation also,
Definitely.
with the different kinds of lifts catering to different kind of things. So we got to gear up for the high rises. So continuing with both of you again, I have one more question for you. If good architecture is about people and the relationship with the space, how do you address finance in it? Where does it fit in?
I think in the first discussion, I think my first I will kind of like to tell you what aesthetics means to me. I mean, what is I think we're discussing aesthetics versus and economics. So to me, aesthetics is it has two aspects. One is tangible, the other is intangible. The tangible part of aesthetics you can relate to economics or finances that we're talking about. The intangible part is something that every architect can do without economics. So so if you see a building, there are times you can explain. You like the massing, you like this particular element, but then there's this feeling you get. I think that's the intangible part that only comes. It's like an experience that you create. So if you can balance that, you kind of get the right. I think what was you? I think there's one question that what is a good design? I think a good design is a good mix of tangible and intangible aesthetics.
Right. So, but how do you address finance in your personal design process?
As in
When you're
finance.
designing a project, let us say for a developer, and of course there are financial constraints. So how do you control your creativity, or do you really control? Is there a background of finance, budget, etc., coming into the picture?
Yeah, I think it's about what segment you're designing for, like the lower, like we've all studied housing, it's like the LIG, the MIG, or the upper income group. So based on that, the finances, the developer would probably release that kind of finances to make the project functional. So yeah, and eventually that's the tangible part of aesthetics that will touch. You might like one of the projects we've done a bit of cladding. You could do that in the higher income group housing. You'd not probably be able to do that in a 2-3 bedroom apartment, but affordability is going to be of question.
Yeah, Mayank?
I think, see, real estate is the best example, I guess, where aesthetics and finance and economics goes very well hand in hand. Without working a good economics, you cannot survive a good real estate. So I guess it always is hand in hand. And like whenever you get a real estate project, it's a good puzzle to solve, as I say. So solving a good planning as well as a good aesthetics, but keeping the best finance in the back in mind. Because if the finance works, all the kind of aesthetics and plannings work for the real estate particularly. So I guess real estate is the best example for to where aesthetics and economics goes hand in hand.
Yeah, that's well said. Thank you, Mayank. So moving from real estate to beautifully crafted spaces, I want to ask Jigar Asarawala. So when it comes to interior design, there is a dearth of information available on internet like Pinterest or House or so on and so forth. Do you think they help evolve the sense of aesthetics, or they provide a quick fix solutions to fix a project?
It is I think both ways true, because in present day where we are every day bombarded with images, so sometimes it's a tool that you use to explain and convey your design. You can hear. Secondly, it also takes away affection, because whatever you see, you might imbibe a few things of it. So me and Tarika, we started, like, we went off the social media since last 1.5 years just to experiment.
Wow.
And recently we even chopped off internet from the office. We just have 2 pieces that are used for emails and this that. So we are trying that, but yeah, it's both a curse and boon at the same time. It sometimes helps, but most of the time the clients are, they are too much prepared with their own vision there, that they make you lose your own way and push certain things unnecessarily. So yeah.
I can totally empathize. Anybody else wants to add to this? Anyone? I'm sure you all must be facing this. Okay, yeah. So Krishna, this one is for you. Is aesthetics an outcome of the process, or is it a preconceived decision? Form follows function or forms follows feelings? What are the factors in the practice which force you or guide you towards making your design decisions?
Okay. Sorry. Can you just say the question again?
Okay,
please?
so
One at a time. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that'll be better. Yes.
form follows function
Hmm.
or form follows your feelings/desires. So in your own case, happens.
With us, I think all our process is very, very client based. Just for example, if I would just want to go back to the first picture that we saw with all concrete walls, the first conversation that we had with the client there was we sit in the office that you've designed, right? It's full concrete. So there's a concrete wall behind us, and the client says that is something that we don't want. And we were like, okay, fine, we'll not do that. And we just don't do that. So that's okay. And slowly, slowly, it did happen that it was not us, but they who introduced the material slowly into the house. And we said, okay, we do just like 4 walls with concrete if you. And then the entire house is nothing but cementatious. So for us, the aesthetics are driven by clients, their vision and functions, of course. Yes.
Nice. So moving to the last question of the segment. This is open to all, including to Mr. Prabhu. So what I'm going to show, you can see on the screen here, you'll see 5 points. And these are 5 parameters which are important, as I understand, for a designer. What I would like you to do is prioritize number 1, 2, and 3 for yourself, the way you design. Okay? So there you go. So you can see that the first one, even the audience, you can do your own exercise. So timeless aesthetics, socio-cultural appropriateness, environmental sustainability, functional efficiency, economic affordability. What are the top priorities in your design process? And don't tell me all 5. There's always a bias. Who's ready? Yeah.
For us, it's A, D, and E, which is timeless aesthetics, functional efficiency, and economic affordability.
Thank you. Jigar?
For us, it is A, C, and D. Mostly.
We're juggling between E and D, right?
Yeah, yeah, E and D.
Okay, well done. Yes, Apurva.
Yeah, I think for us is again A is it's A, D, and B. I would say
A, D, and
B.
B. Okay. So socio-cultural appropriation is not so important as functional efficiency. Okay, I don't want to judge. Okay.
You can discuss.
Okay. Yes, Mayank.
I would put D at the first, and then B, and then A.
Okay.
For us, it is ACD in no hierarchy. They are all equally important when we are having that bowl of ingredients for design.
Thank you. Yeah, Prabhu.
So my priority would be environmental sustainability, C, E, and A. In fact, we do a lot of damage to the environment. So I would say, I give more priority for environmental sustainability.
Thank you. So there's no right and wrong, but these answers will reflect the typology of projects or the clientele you're dealing with. So that's about it. So that brings us to the end of the first segment. The second segment is developing the city. So the questions are related to the city's development and what is your take on that? So I have to start with Mayank first for this. So when it comes to real estate development, is there a priority conflict between the end user and the developer? As an architect, how do you address or tackle it?
Real estate is always a client-driven market. I guess it's a user-driven market. Developer is always working for its own consumers. So not just us. Developer is also concerned about clients or the market needs. So I think the consumer is the king for the real estate, I guess. We designed accordingly, I guess.
No, but do you really face કે મારે client માટેનું વિચારવું જોઈએ કે developer નું વિચારવું જોઈએ? And how do you find a way around it? That's a question.
See, for a real estate, I don't, because end user comes in a very later stage for a real estate. Developer is a first who decides the need of the project, the typology of the project, what should be and what the finance should support the project and according to locality and the need of the moment maybe. So I guess it's always maybe I'm more like diplomatic about it, but it is true that it's always client driven, I guess.
So maybe your clients are watching you today on YouTube live. Well done. So moving on to Krishna. So is there a conflict between where you as an architect want to spend your budget on something and your client, who could be a developer or a private party, intends to do it in a different space? Okay. So it's you versus your client, be it private or a developer. There's a budget to be spent on something. Your preference is towards something. That budget is better spent on these things, and your client feels the other way. It has to be spent on something else. So how do you deal with these conflicts?
I think every project has something like that or the other, that there is a conflict of interest either with you or the party on the other side. All you can do from your end as an architect is try to explain them, probably trade off something if you have to, like probably you can have that and you could do this otherwise, which will make it better. It's a win-win situation. So something like that is how we sort of work our way through when there is a conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to add to it if you may allow. So we always have a very unique conflict with our clients, where in the client would want an Italian, which is worth $500, let's say, and we are insisting them to spend on the quota, which is $50, right? So our take is like, it's our responsibility as architects to kind of educate client to spend into creativity, into aesthetics, into us as designers, and not into the materiality aspects of it, not into the showy aspect of it, but that's how bring aesthetics into their day-to-day living and not just by spending money into it.
It's a nice point. Very utopian. Are you able to succeed in this?
Yes, very much. We got a Marwadi house done in Tambal Kota and
Well done. Okay, so moving on to Jigar. This one is for Jigar and then Apurva. Does the bylaws come in your way of creativity? Does it suffocate you as a designer?
We usually don't have those type of projects where bylaws are concerned, but yeah, always, even if we plan a residence, we are always 2 feet short. It can be 50 square yards, it can be 500 square yard, and it can be 5,000 square yard. We are always 2 feet short. So you always, as a designer, you feel that a little looser space would have done the trick. But I think that's the way it should be, because without bylaws, I think it would go all haywire. So it is important to have something to bind. But otherwise, yeah, it's always 2 feet less.
Nice one. Apurva?
Yeah, it does tie us up. A lot of times, right now we have restrictions with the airport. The best part of the city is deprived of height, and unfortunately, we can go tall like Shukriya sir does because of the airport. But in the same breath, I would say that it is definitely necessary, because without the bylaws, I mean, we've seen cities grow without bylaws. I'm parts of Delhi which bylaws have not been followed, and the chaos that it has. So yeah, for the urban network to work, the bylaws are important. I just believe that if there is this gap that is given, or and like I think with the airport you can appeal for an extra height if you're so if you could go to the authority and appeal, to let you off certain aspects of the bylaws, uh, by which you could probably deliver something better, which is also better for the city and the project as well. I mean, if that is possible, it could be a good balance between the restrictions we have with the bylaws and yeah. I think a lot of countries have that. You could go to the authorities and tell them that this is how you want the building to function. You're not allowed to connect the building on the 18th floor, but this is what we are trying to achieve, and probably a small jury or a discussion that could help us convince them. And if that's a possibility, that would be nice.
So what I understand from this is that you want even more evolved bylaws, which can accommodate such things.
I think what we have right now, from the previous DCRs to the ones we have right now, are evolved. I just feel if there's a lot that the authorities have in hand, they could have left something for us to push in, and yeah, that would be nice.
Right. Thank you, Apurva. So next one is for Prakriti. So Prakriti, I know you've been doing a lot of projects with government. One I can see on the right-hand side corner. And I would like to understand from you, also for the interest of audience, what are the challenges that you face with respect to aesthetics and economics when dealing with government projects?
I was wanting this question, to be very honest, for today's discussion. So as we work a lot with public projects, and the soul of our practice into public projects is that we make this good projects, good designs approachable and accessible to people. But at the same time, when we say public projects, the money is also public money. And with that comes huge responsibility of how judiciously you are using the money. So we are not only responsible for the use of the funding and the finances of the project, but we are also responsible to justify where are we spending, what are we doing of that money. So but that does not come as a restriction, but that comes as a challenge to create something which is affordable, yet beautiful, yet experiential, and yet something, people will cherish for a longer run. Because when it comes to public project, timelessness is something which these projects should strongly behold. These are not sites where, you would, or the authorities would want to spend again and again, like renovation and refurbishment and things like that. So yes, financial challenges are there. Financial restrictions are there. There are budgets which are set, but we look at these challenges as opportunities, as it is said that necessity is the mother of invention. And we just try to invent and create things which are more meaningful as a piece of architecture in terms of giving people a better city and better places to visit.
Thank you. Is dealing with the authorities a challenge?
So I have been working on the public projects for past 8 years almost. And what I would say is, badli thai na, badli. That is the biggest challenge. So the authority stays, the corporation stays, but the decision maker keep on changing. And with that change, with the new decision maker coming in, there comes a new vision. So we have seen our sites, chopped off from, very big to very small, from programmatic changes like 4 buildings to 2 buildings and things like that. But that is where, as what Krishna said, tya convince karvu is always a task. To get things done is always a task, not at all as easy as it happens in the private projects. But yeah, so this is a challenge. Timing is a challenge. Like the picture on the extreme right is a testimony to the time and challenge of what we face in the public sector.
Thank you. We're really proud of you for doing this. And so that's end of the second segment. The third segment is of course, sustainability. And so first question again to Mayank. Hello, starting with you. Okay, so question for you is, Mayank, as a architect, we always dream of creating iconic buildings, right? So those iconic buildings, which are for the sake of iconic buildings, do you think they are still needed in the world? And or should the aspects of addressing sustainability and conscious design become the drivers of building design? Do we still pursue those icons, or we say, can no, it's enough, and let's get onto the sustainable part? What do you think?
See, there are two words that we are focusing on here. Is one is the iconic. So now it is very much. It's like an aesthetics. Like what is aesthetics for you? What is it's the same way? What is iconic for me? That is very much important to understand. The word iconic is doesn't mean that it should be tall or it should be like iconic means it should be something that look up to and for the generations to come, right? So and for that, sustainability is definitely an important thing because the kind of time we are in, I think sustainability is the thing that we have to look at. So I guess is any if it is tall, if it is short, if it's in the grounded building, but sustainability should be at the heart of the any process of design. So
Right.
sustainability should be there.
I'm glad to hear this answer, Mayank, especially from people who are influencing the biggest sector, which is a developer sector in the city. I guess more than 90% buildings in the city are being constructed by developers. And if the architects who are primarily working for them, they start thinking iconic like this, it is so much nicer for the world. Thank you, Mayank. So taking it a little further to Apurva and Jigar. So green buildings, are they limiting the aesthetics of the building? Are they expensive to build? What is your understanding?
I've had two experiences on this. I've talked to people who talk sustainability and green building in the I mean, according to me, that's a real sense. And then there's another aspect where it's about using a certain product to get a rating. I have a bias towards that part of it. I think it's an excess. I might be wrong. Please pardon me on that. But I mean, if sustainability is at the heart of the design, it's not about what product you're using, but how if you're trying to kind of reduce the thermal footprint or different aspects of it. I understand that, and I think it is absolutely necessary. It should. I mean, it should be a part of every design practice. Sorry, and but not the other segment where you're supposed to use a rated product. I mean, and I just fail to understand that. Maybe it's a part of a a longer process of production through which they come up with a product. I have little knowledge of that, so pardon me on that part.
But do you think they are expensive to build green buildings
I
compared to a normal?
we see with Sangini House, we've done a lot of things. We've done radiant cooling and various things. But there was certain to us were unnecessary requirements that we could not match. There were things that were adding cost, and they were products. They were not things that would kind of revive the environment. Maybe, like I said, the longer connect probably would, but in that present moment we could not see, like it's a very small building. We could not do a septic tank. It doesn't make any sense to operate a septic tank for a small office building whose eventually output would not be much enough. So that's where the economics of the septic tank, just to get a green building rating, it did not function for us. So we've come across such instances, but as a whole, like we had like I said, radiant cooling in it, and we try to a lot of other things like the green that you see, the landscape that you see, a lot of things that we could the screen, we've done thermal and light analysis for that. So all those things we have imbibed. There are certain things which we could not.
Fair enough. Yes, Jigar.
So even I second to him what he said, that even we went through that process and we felt some apprehension, but I think it is like the bylaws that you said, that to a naive mind, it keeps them on a little track. But otherwise, in our practice, we feel that if you stick to your common sense, the building will be sustainable. And we always have one inquiry for all the projects and all the spaces, that is this really required? That is one question that we asked, even if we do a small toilet or a villa resort or but that is the constant inquiry that we have in our projects, and that I think keeps us on toes or in lines with our principle. And yeah, I think if we stick to the common sense, I think sustainability can be achieved easily.
Okay, so next one is for Krishna. So Krishna, when everyone agrees on the state of our planet with respect to the global warming and climate change, why does the fraternity of architects and interior designers still unable to develop the conviction to go for a green building in our context?
I am not sure if they are still not willing to go for green building. As obviously agree to what Jigar also said, that if you stick to your common sense, if you do what is natural to the context, you do what is natural to the climate, you will end up doing something that is sustainable. It is not possible that you would, do something otherwise. Regarding just one more thing I wanted to add probably to the first question as well, that sustainability or being sustainable is not expensive, or if you're just trying to, tick the check boxes, probably that is what is going to make it expensive for you, that, oh, you need to have a car park with electric charger, you need to do this, so you do get 2 points. If you try to check the boxes, probably yes, then it becomes expensive, but otherwise it should be all economical.
So I was tempted to ask this question, but I'll skip this one. What's the difference between green building and green wash? So we're not going there. Okay.
Yeah.
So next question is for Mr. Prabhu. Considering your background, for an air-conditioned office building, HVAC contributes to at least about 60% of the energy bills. And this is killing for the planet. Something impactful is expected from the HVAC industry to bring this down drastically. How is the industry preparing for this?
So before I start, on a lighter note, I think we are the people who mess up the building completely with ducts and.
Yeah.
Is it audible?
Yeah, better.
Yeah. So before I talk about the sustainability, what we do on air conditioning. So we are the people who mess up the building, with complete ducts and pipes. Okay, and you guys cover up, with your interior. So when you talk about aesthetic, I think we spoil the aesthetic and you cover up. So talking about sustainability, there are two factors, which you need to see in air conditioning. One is the power, and second is the refrigerant, which has got global warming potential. Okay, as you rightly said, in most of the commercial buildings, air conditioning consume between 50 to 60% of power. So gone are those days when the air conditioning used to consume 1.2 kilowatt per ton. Okay, today we have got a lot of new technology, like we have got inverter compressor, we have got VFD compressor, we have got oil-free magnetic levitation compressor, which will consume half the power. Okay, it is almost 0.6 kilowatt per ton. Okay, and your part load efficiency, your chiller will not be running at full load always because of the climatic condition, because of the internal load, it can run at part load. So during part load condition, your power consumption can be as low as 0.3 kilowatt per ton. And with this technology, you will not believe 400 ton chiller will take only 2 amps to start. Okay, even a split air conditioner will take some 12 amps to start, whereas with this technology, your 400 ton chiller will just take 2 amps to start, which will bring down your electrical investment also. And with this power consumption, your building will qualify for ECBC Super certification. Okay, so that is one. And second thing, with respect to refrigerant, we are trying to explore refrigerant which has got very low global warming potential. Like there are some refrigerant coming up, R1234ZE, R514A. So when these refrigerant come in market, your global warming potential will be almost close to zero. Okay, so that is about refrigerant. And even the government of India, they are taking a lot of initiatives. There is a India Cooling Action Plan memorandum signed in the year 2019 by the Ministry of Health and Environment. They wanted to bring down the cooling demand by 20% refrigeration demand by 20%, power consumption by 20% in the next 3 years. So for that, they have also taken a lot of initiatives. You will have the star labeling program coming up, for commercial air conditioning products. You must be aware about star labeling in split ACs. We have 4-star rating, 5-star rating. So that star labeling will come up in commercial air conditioning products, and there will be QCO norms, BAS standard commercial air conditioning products. So that will come in place. In fact, from Blue Star side, we are already ready with the product. We have got star labeled commercial air conditioning products, and our products are complying with QCO norms. Okay, and apart from that, there are certain features which we are trying to incorporate in air conditioners. Like there are certain factors which can increase your power consumption. If suppose your condenser coil is not clean, okay, it can increase your power. So there can be alarm which can be set in your AC. If the condenser is dirty, then it gives you alarm. So you can call the technician and you can clean the condenser so that your power consumption can be brought down. And if in case there is a leak happening in your system, alarm pops up. You can call a technician before even the complete refrigerant gets leaked out. You can arrest the leak so that your refrigerant will not spoil your atmosphere. So these are some of the initiatives we have taken with respect to environment sustainability.
Okay, I have a question for Mr. Prabhu. Just a thought, it might be naive. We have green building consultants that help us, reduce electricity cost on the air conditioning. Why can't a company like Blue Star come up with pure cooling solutions? Because you understand the mechanics of air conditioning better than anybody else. If you could come up with like the ancient ways of cooling, like the cooling towers and all. Just a naive suggestion, like I said, that we do mechanical air conditioning and we do this sustainable air conditioning. Is it a possibility? Can we see that coming through these companies in the future?
So can I answer this question? So what I witnessed here, that the architects were part of a different debate and the engineer was part of a different debate. The answer to how I look at, when I asked you the question about the conviction, the resistance of architects to understand engineering and the resistance of engineers to understand building. And that is where I have my conviction built up to actually do things which are measurable, nothing which is ambiguous. Thank you so much. So with that, we like to end this segment on sustainability. And the next one is very interesting. It is about the business of design. So please think before you say. Your clients are watching you. Your colleagues are watching you. Okay, so I'll start with Mayank. So Mayank, architecture is always a balance between tradition and technology, between form and function. Where do you think architecture lies on the spectrum of art and business? So, and how does your practice maneuver between the polarity of art and business in the way you function in your practice?
As an architect, I guess we are the one who bridges between engineering and arts. So we are always looking towards a good engineered art, as I may call my practice. So that is what about architecture for me. And as a business, I think we have grown very organically, I may say. So and I think it's a I may not call it a business, I guess. I think business would be a wrong word. I think we are still a consultant maybe, and I would like to remain consultant for in a design business rather than being a businessman for in this field.
Okay.
So I guess.
Anyone begs to differ from him?
Not really differ. I think we are the most poorly paid profession, so business is not a discussion we should even talk about. But I think form and function. I think you said there's a polarity. I disagree to that. I think form and there cannot be a polarity between form and function. It has to be. It has to go hand in hand.
Art and business, I said.
and form and function is way.
Okay.
But art and business, it's not a business.
Okay. All of you agree? All.
I think I would just like to throw a light on a different tangent. So, of course,
Snehal bhai, just a request. Though the discussion is very interesting, but the clock is showing 9:15 and we have the doyens waiting for.
So
their
I've
turn.
timed it to 45 minutes. I have another 10 minutes left. Can I continue with them for 10 minutes?
Okay,
Because we started late.
sure.
It's up to
So
you.
we'll wrap it.
Sorry. Yes, you can finish what you're saying.
I can't kind of lost track of what I was saying, but if I can recollect. So, of course, while we are on in a practice and we are in this business, there are while we during the first question that we were talking about trends and what is the latest trends, and we were even appreciating how most of the firms are the partnership firms. So what I feel is in today's time, it is a time of collaboration, right? And our practices also are becoming collaboratives. Our projects are also becoming collaborative. And in such cases, we seek collaborations with other experts. We should realize that we are not master of all. Okay. And so just for an example, if I was very wishful to create a rammed earth wall in a particular project, but because when the business comes into picture, that was costing me bomb. And it was me as an architect, or we as an architect, we decided that we should not go for the wrong trend of spending so much, not so judiciously on something, but then look for an alternative which is, cost effective, because the ones who are spending would have spent, but what role are we playing in this business? Whether what do we want to promote?
Correct. Thank you. So next one is an interesting question. I think everybody needs to think about it. The business of design is moving towards forward and backward integration, towards the solution provider from being a design consultancy. Providing basket of allied services, manufacturing of furniture, design and build turnkey solutions are only some of them. Do you think this will kill the essence of design, or this is the logical step forward for firms? Anyone?
I guess it is the logical step, right? Because as a designer and as an architect, we always coordinate with many agencies. We understand a lot of fields in a engineering way, I guess. So as an architect, if we involve in a manufacturing or any other process of the design, I think it is very much beneficial for any project, I guess. So I guess it is the good step forward. And we are already looking many architects who are turned product designers, or they have created the brand, their own manufacturing brand. So I think it is a one step forward. And this is, I think, just one more vertical to design rather than a business.
So isn't this a distraction from your core idea of creating beautiful designs?
So even I like when you say business of design, so from consultant you turn into an entrepreneur, and at that point of time it becomes a point of conflict. Then when you are doing all the things, it starts diluting your idea in terms of as a designer. So I think this term has come in last 10 years, that entrepreneurial leap has been taken by consultants. Like if we don't call doctor into a business of healthcare, when you start putting that term of business and design, then it goes to something else. Like you are on an entrepreneurial drive, and that is a different story. So I think.
Yeah, I agree with Jigar, but if an architect wants to turn into a businessman, this is an opportunity. But like Prakriti said, if you can collaborate, find the right people to do it, where your time is not invested, and you do the best thing that you are trained, or you think that's the best of your ability you can do. I mean, you focus on what your forte is basically, and maybe then you can do this.
So I would like to add to it that if you may allow that, when we are talking about these collaborations, right? I feel the generation or the practice or the trend, people are more focused on what they want to do. I want to do products. I'm just doing products. I'm not doing houses. I want to do houses. Then I'm getting people on board who will make good products and good pieces for me to fit into the houses. So it's like people are gaining more focus and finding their right point of inclination. And it is where the architect plays a pivotal role in kind of comprehending the whole thing together, where the soul of the your concept or your initial idea is not lost in the process, and that is where the designer comes into picture. But collaboration is not bad, and doing things in parts is not bad.
So is becoming a businessman is a choice if you are practicing? Is becoming a businessman a choice if you're practicing as a consultant?
Is becoming a businessman a choice? You cannot really be a business because you meet businessmen when you in your practice meet businessmen, and when you see them you realize you're no match for them. So no, not really. You cannot be a businessman, but you learn to basically you're selling your ideas. So you're learning to sell. You're doing a business much smaller scale than what they do. Not comparable to something that's a hardcore business. But yeah.
So that's a very pertinent question, and this has no clear answers. So I think we move to the last segment, which is technology. So Jigar, this question is for you. In this visual content and social media, how does one address the spotlight on aesthetic appeal when the actual business of building might be behind the scenes?
I didn't get the question.
The preoccupation with the social media is showing how beautiful you are doing. Now that is taking a precedence to what actually the art of building and the processes are there. Uh, so do you think so that is happening right now with the flooding of Instas and things? Or you think it is not affecting? Maybe you are not the right person to ask since you quit social media.
That is happening, and it is happening a lot. So like I said, like if we, as our practice, we stick to what we want, like as a designer to deliver, then we have to educate, and then we have to take that process. It's a to and fro. It takes time, but I think if we stick to our own ideas, then eventually people will look for people who will deliver those kind of things. So like we work on those lines, that we try to stick to our own ideas, and we don't try to do everything that is asked for. And eventually we are building those kind of people who just wants our kind of architecture or interiors, and they come to us. So that is what we think about.
Fair enough. Krishna. Okay, I will ask two questions. May I? Who's the buzzer person? Okay. So, Krishna, this is for you. I'll just take the liberty of the last two questions. Architecture and design in the metaverse and the artificial intelligence gaining unprecedented momentum, how do the boundaries between aesthetics blur for digital buildings? This is a long shot. Let's see what you can say.
I don't think I'm the right person for this question also.
You want me to change the question for you?
Yeah, that'd be better.
Okay, here we go. Rapidly emerging technologies like 3D printing, artificial intelligence, BIM, seems to be heading towards creating disruptions in design process. Relevance of aesthetics with culture in society, and of course, economy. How do you look at the transformations in your practice in the years to come? This question is for everyone.
Starting with what you said about AI and 3D printing, we were just recently discussing, and what we feel is like how we use pencil as a tool or AutoCAD as a tool. If we start using all these inventions of new gadgets or softwares as a tool, then replacing us as architects or as designers, then we can actually, really work hand in hand than, having that face-to-face conflict. So we currently don't use any of that, but I think that should be the way forward. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
So we were just sharing a joke that AI and technology will not be able to take us because client will never give you a clear brief.
That- so Jigar, that was a very
Don't worry about that.
yeah, that was a very nice way to end. I have a lot of pressure of managing the time. So in that sense, it was really a pleasure having all six of you for this debate. Thank you, guys. Okay. I like the speakers to be on the stage for a while for a picture.
Yeah, this was really interesting, and we are really sorry to bother you again and again because of paucity of time. But we'll begin with the felicitation for the panel. May I please request Mr. Haresh B. Patel, Regional Sales Manager from WebCure MRF Paints, and Bharat Puranik from Duraply on stage to felicitate our esteemed panelists.
Thank you.
I request
So,
everyone to
please
please
stay back on stage. Bharat Puranik and Wilson. Wilson from MRF. Mr. Apurva Desai. Take the class, Apurva. Apurva Desai.
Yeah. Mr. Jigar Asrawala. Ms. Krishna Mistry. Mr. Mayank Parekh. Prakriti Desai. And Mr. R. Prabhu.
Thank you so much, Snail. We'll just take a 2-minute quick AV before we start with the showstopper of the day. Can I request to remove the chairs, please? There is a very interesting message from Jaguar. Can I have that AV from Jaguar, please?
Jaguar Group, a rapidly growing multi-diversified global complete bathroom and lighting solutions brand. Jaguar Group products are the perfect synthesis of form and function, exceeding customers' expectations in every aspect via continuous product innovation and futuristic technologies. A manufacturing strength built over 63 plus years to deliver quality based on global standards. A brand that inspires worldwide to rediscover the joys of water and light. Jaguar Group maintains single-level quality in all its 8 manufacturing units, including 1 in South Korea, ensuring high-quality products that exceed the ordinary, reimagine the present, and create the future. Jaguar Group astoundingly delivers an astonishing 2.9 million bathrooms each year. Their exceptional manufacturing prowess is evident in the production of over a staggering 39 million bath fittings annually. The group also possesses the most advanced lighting plant in India, situated in Bhiwadi, Rajasthan, Jaguar Group, a rapidly growing multi-diversified global complete bathroom and lighting solutions brand. Jaguar Group products are the perfect synthesis of form and function, exceeding customers' expectations in every aspect via continuous product innovation and futuristic technologies. A manufacturing strength built over 63 plus years to deliver quality based on global standards. A brand that inspires worldwide to rediscover the joys of water and light. Jaguar Group maintains single-level quality in all its 8 manufacturing units, including one in South Korea, ensuring high-quality products that exceed the ordinary, reimagine the present, and create the future. Jaguar Group astoundingly delivers an astonishing 2.9 million bathrooms each year. Their exceptional manufacturing prowess is evident in the production of over a staggering 39 million bath fittings annually. The group also possesses the most advanced lighting plant in India, situated in Bhiwadi, Rajasthan, sprawling over 55,000 square meters of floor area, capable of producing an astounding 25 million pieces annually. The manufacturing facility utilizes advanced machinery, such as surface mount technology machines, automated assembly lines, laser cutting and engraving machines, testing and quality control equipment. In addition, to match the global standards at every level of production, the plant also has a robotic photometer to manufacture world-class lighting products of exceptional quality. Over 3.3 million sanitary ware pieces are produced in its highly advanced sanitary ware plant situated in Bhachau, Gujarat, spreading over 100,000 square meters of floor area. The manufacturing facility produces high-quality products by utilizing advanced CNC machines and automated assembly lines. With a vision of constantly becoming better, the plant is also the maker of India's first antibacterial products, offering enhanced hygiene and safety. Jaguar produces its faucets in India's biggest faucet manufacturing plant, spreading over 50,000 square meters of floor area. The plant employs multiple sets of most high-tech customized automatic grinding and polishing robots, and also uses PVD coating, which is eco-friendly and gives superior finish and versatile.
Wasn't that very interesting? An Indian company going places and taking the world by storm. And now for the much awaited Doyens panel discussion, one we have been waiting for with bated breath. We have the heroes of Surat, your very own people who have been there, done that. So let me again invite our curator or moderator, Snail Bhai, on stage and take over the Doyens panel, please.
Check. Can I have the presentation? Oh, I can see a few Doyens missing. $75. So what do we do? Okay. So after such an engrossing deliberations on the interesting topic, now it's time to up the game. It's time to hear from some stalwarts of the profession in our city. These are the people who in their own ways have made tremendous contribution to the cause of the profession through their intense involvement in practice, academia, and service to professional bodies. Technically, they do not need any introduction, but I feel it's my privilege to say a few words about them. So I'll start with architect Sanjay Joshi. Is he around? So Sanjay Bhai, as we know it, he has been a tremendous force for projects for estate in his practice has been over 3 decades, and he's completed over 1,600 projects. And he's truly a legend when it comes to development of Surat. And I would not be exaggerating if I say that he has created impact on the skyline of Surat. So Sanjay Bhai has been working across geographies in this last 30 years. Some projects of his, Surat, Chennai, all having exhibiting various different styles. Well, very nice high rise in Chennai. Yeah. So we can continue with him. Can somebody from the audience go and find out where Sanjay Bhai is? We have? Okay. So by the time he joins, I'd like to continue introducing our next stalwart. He's architect Saroj Wadia. So Saroj Bhai, we've known him for many, many years now. He has done some very interesting and astonishing things in his life. Uh, he is an alumnus of SEPT and was privileged to work with Professor Doshi. Sorry. Professor Doshi for many, many years, and also engaged in photographing a lot of his projects. Uh, he has been involved with a lot of professional organizations, specifically II and IID, since 1902 and 99. And he is currently the national president of IIID at the national level. So give a big hand for him. Saroj Bhai has been involved in academics for almost over 3 decades now. And very interestingly, he's the 5th generation partner in Messrs PB Wadia and Sons, which was established in 1889. So you need to have a separate session with him to understand what exactly his family did for the city of Surat. And he's ably supported by his wife, the architect Azmi Wadia, in his architectural practice. His practice features across a lot of types of projects, but his major love is towards conservation. And the first phase of conservation and adaptive reuse of the historical castle of Surat has been done by Saroj Bhai. Some glimpses of his works. Over here, and let's welcome him with a big round of applause. Guys, I know there is food for tummy waiting, but there's a lot of food for thought. So please bear with this and let your energy going. I didn't hear the claps well. Let us have another round. Thank you. So next, I'd like to introduce interior designer Vishal Kheradia. Vishal Bhai has been a very interesting interior designer in Surat, having a 28-year practice, delivered projects after projects, I think more than 1,200 of them, and he's worked in Surat and Dubai. He's worked across many categories of projects, but the way I have known him, he's a master at retail. He's done some fantastic retail stores, and probably he's the one I have witnessed who's redefined the retail interiors in our city in the last 3 decades. Next one is a dear friend, Jignesh Modi, architect Jignesh Modi. Sorry. May I welcome Vishal Bhai? Is he here now? Sanjay Bhai, would you mind coming up? So big round of applause for Sanjay Bhai and Vishal Bhai. Thank you. So just I introduce you Sanjay Bhai. Very interestingly, Sanjay Bhai is shy to speak out his thoughts, and it needs somebody, but he was kind enough to agree. And I've hardly heard him speak his mind out, and I think we're going to pick your brains the most today. Thank you for the opportunity. Okay, So next speaker today, panelist today is architect Jignesh Modi. Jignesh has been 4 years senior to me in practice, and I had worked with him for a while in an office and have known him since then. Uh, but his contribution towards the institutes, basically II and IID, has been tremendous. He's presently the national treasurer and president-elect for Triple ID at the national level. So Surat is kind of holding fort of Triple ID at the national level. So he's the incoming president. He is the immediate past chairman of IIA Surat, an executive member, committee member of IIA Gujarat. And he's been serving these institutes selflessly for 17 years. He is also a teacher at heart and has been involved with teaching at School of Interior Design for 15 years. And there's another interesting aspect about Jignesh. He is a cyclist and a runner and an environmentalist. And he is the founder chairman of First Cycling Association of Surat called LCG, which has now over 600 members. So we're very proud to have you here, Jignesh. Please welcome. Let's give him a big hand. Here's some look at some works by Jignesh. And then the youngest one of the team. Initially, I'd put him in the next gen, but then he qualified uh, to the doyens. So welcome, Vishal. So Vishal I've known him since many years. He was junior at CEPT in urban design. And since then, we've also been working together on some projects. Very interestingly, he has a beautiful practice for last 20 years, and he balances teaching and his profession very well. He is heading the architecture department at Surat Sket College of Architecture. But at the same time, his practice has won over 25 national and international awards for design. So that's a very rare combination that you see. Incidentally, he's also the only recipient of JK Architect of the Year from this city. And we are very proud of him. He's also probably one of the youngest chairman of IIA at the local level across the country. So that's what he has achieved so far. And Angan Architects is working some phenomenal work. And I'll not like to name them. I'll just like to show a few of them. That's his office. That's the Gopitalau. We cherish this project together for many years now. That's the floral garden. Said Smarak. He really developed a very nice strip on the seafront in Surat, Dumas. And the Water Plaza is one of his favorite projects. It's an urban insert project. And he's also doing a lot of institutions in the central part of India. And also an amusement park to his name. So let's have Vishal over here. And I would like to invite all the panelists on the stage. And while they come, keep your claps coming. So guys, again, go through the grind. The 5 segments are going to start. I know you have a mixed feeling, but trust me, it will be worth it. They are fantastic people who have done tremendous contribution to the profession in all these years, and it deserves our patience. And I'm sure we're going to learn a lot of things today. Thank you. So yes.
I would like to thank Snehal because I had a discussion with him. This is not a debate. The word aesthetic versus economics is equal to architect, or is equal to Jaguar, or it's equal to Blue Star. The time which is we are having today, in that time, if you will think that there has to be a economics or there has to be aesthetic. I think before we born, the economic starts. Say for example, if my wife is pregnant and she is having a delivery, and Prince Harry's wife is pregnant and she is having a delivery. Now we can imagine both the scenes. In both the scenarios, both the people are going to have a baby. But the things will change because of economics, not because of that, the boy or a girl who is going to born. It is just because of that, what he or she is having in his own heritage. So we start knowingly or unknowingly coming into this world. Before that, the economics come with us. And when we die, at that point of a juncture also, the economics comes. कि ये आदमी सूखड़ के लकड़े से मरेगा, जलेगा, या इसको ऐसे ही कोई जलाने वाला नहीं मिलेगा. So I think this debate word between the aesthetic and economics वो गलत है, and thank you for that. And second thing, because it's a perception. If we all are having a perceiving the same things which we all are having, then maybe we are marrying only single woman. What about the rest? So our perception cannot be same because we are not groomed in the same way. We are not nurtured in the same way, or rather I will be saying more further. We are not conceived in the same way, same environment. Thou two brothers, wife is conceiving at the same point of a time, but both the child will be different, or a twins can be different. So aesthetic or a perception or a beauty, it always according to the individual human being. And so we say that, "Okay, I like that place, I like that, I like that." And because of that variation in this world, this architecture fraternity is growing, or we are going to the different places of the world to see that. Because the word when Snail has said that, I think that we are seeing a Hindu temple like a mosque. Are you agreed? Or any Christian who is seeing his chapel like a temple, he may not be agreeing. Because before we become an architect or we nurtured as a human, we think this is a temple, this is a mosque, and this is a church. So that way the architecture defines every human being, and that is the perception which changes from human to human. And because of that only, we are having so many things which is different from everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay Bhai. There was a very, very intense and very deep point made to begin this session. Incidentally, that was the question I was going to ask you. What is your understanding about economics? And you somehow knew about it and you did it. Thank you so much. And so next, so I'd like to start with Sarosh Bhai. So Sarosh Bhai, when we think of monuments and architectural legacy we are leaving behind for the future, does aesthetic value gain precedence over the economics of the building?
Now let's understand this economy for India first. What I have gauged is when India became independent, economics played a very, very important role till about beginnings of 1990s. Till then, we actually used to ask, "Kitna degi?" There's an ad like that. How many kilometers will my car give for a liter of petrol? We were all worried about economics. The 90s gave us a little freedom to think, a little outlook of the world, and this aesthetics became a little important. And since then, it has been an unending journey, and aesthetics became a part of the function. Aesthetics can't be a non-function. That's why economics and aesthetics have to balance. So if you balance it, historically people have balanced it, and that is why we can gauge by the aesthetics of the building, whether it was economical or not. see a palace being made, maybe 400 years back, a whole dynasty would build a complex. Meaning the building would go on for 50 years, 60 years, and still not be complete. Then the next generation would come in and build for another 10 years, or there will be additions to it. It had a whole story. Now, if I ask Sanjay Bhai, will his client last for more than 18 months, or any of us with us? Can we give him a 10-year projection? No. It can't happen in this. So it has all changed and evolved through the process of history. And that is why I think that it's rather a balance rather than one more important than the other.
Okay, thank you. So next one is for Jignesh Bhai. Jignesh, what according to you is an aesthetic quality that is worth preserving even if it means compromising on economics and functionality? What is that aesthetic quality which is so important?
See, it is said that beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. So I think somehow a similar kind of definition can be presented for aesthetics. So certain sections of society or certain cultures have a kind of a definition of aesthetics or beauty, which might be completely different from what you or me or anyone else might kind of, look at it the way. So what I feel is, to answer your question, something that resonates within me, something that gives me a feeling that, okay, this building or this massing or the facade or the space where I'm in or which I'm communicating with gives me a feeling of ease, satisfaction, gives me a feeling of a completeness. Maybe that is what would survive with the times and with the ages rather than the economics of it.
Right.
So a simple structure, no matter what the economic aspect of it is, but if it gives you that sense of belonging, that sense of oneness, maybe that is much more appreciated than if it's the most expensive building or the most expensive facade or the most expensive interiors that you do. So that is my take.
Interesting. Thank you. So next question is for both the Vishals sitting here. So imagine a building on both ends of the spectrum. Either it is so economically and functionally driven that it compromises on aesthetics, or it is aesthetically a work of art, but poorly conceived in terms of economic and functional constraints. Would both identity would both identity equally as architecture for you or design for you? And which one captures the core of architecture better according to you? Reflect this, keeping your practice in the background. Can somebody help with the mics?
Hello.
Okay.
Question, please.
Okay, that was a long question. Okay, there are two scenarios. One is a building or design which is totally based on functionality, and the other one totally based on aesthetics. The aesthetics wala is disregarding functionality, functionality wala is disregarding the aesthetics. In that case, do you think both of them qualify as good as architecture or design? And in your practice, based on that, which one is more important?
As for me, aesthetically constructed building is more important. As for me, aesthetically built up architecture building is more.
It's working? Okay, sorry. Sorry.
As for me, architecture which builds with the aesthetic
is more precise,
Okay.
according to me.
So aesthetics, your practice is more focused or bent
On
towards
aesthetics.
the, okay. Fair enough. Vishal?
I look at it from a very different perspective. I think when we look at both these things, they cannot be devoid of each other. And that's why it is, I would say both of them are not architecture. So it has to come somewhere come in between. It may vary on the spectrum based on what sort of project I am doing, what sort of user I am addressing, what sort of um, uh, outcome I am looking at. Because both places we are only right now looking at the end product and we are not looking at the process. I think that also plays a very important role in deciding on what balance needs to be achieved while doing this entire process. So as a designer, I think there is where the balancing starts coming in. And I think all of us are trying to be more philosophical about the entire thing and rather than being more objective about this thing. But somehow the other way, I think objectively defining both these things becomes very, very important. Like, we can always go on saying that, it lies in the eyes of the beholder. All these things are also true. But ultimately, all of us sitting over here through I think the youngest one, as you have already told, has got an experience of more than 2 decades. So we can say that there are like thousands of projects that have been done in this entire panel. And then, but still everywhere when we are doing this, objectively, we are defining certain things as designers. So I think that, of course, everyone will have their own way of doing that. But I think this, you have to arrive on this spectrum some or the other where is what I feel about both these things, aesthetic and economic.
But you said you have to meet somewhere in the middle. Now that middle is on which side of the middle point?
East
So-
of southeast.
Yeah. So, this spectrum, I think that is where individual practices define this. Yes.
Your
So
practice.
for me, I just give you an example. How do I deal with this? So when a client comes in, first, when you are educating the client, because after a certain point in time, and a lot of youngsters would have this question, સસ્તું જોઈએ છે ને સારું જોઈએ છે તો કેવી રીતે આપવાનું? So that is where we come in, and that's why the clients are coming to us, because if it would have been only solution in terms of the economic thing and giving money would get you best thing, they would have not been coming to us. So I think that is something what we have to understand. So we give them an ETC sequence, etc. sequence, economic, time. So rather E is for excellence in our case, time and cost. So all these three are equally important.
I got
but
my answer. I got my answer.
yes, so all these
You
things
change the E from economy to excellence, so I got my answer.
yeah, so that's how you take it. So
Thank
you
you.
decide which one you want to go ahead with.
Yeah. Thank you, Vishal. Thank you. On a lighter note. So we move to the next segment. After the design approach, we move towards the developing of the city. So Sanjay bhai, this question is for you. So you are a very sensitive architect and you're designing for the mass. You're designing for the people who are going to use your buildings. So, and also you're working with a lot of developers in Surat. So do you have a situation where you feel this is better for the user, but the builder wants it in a different way? So I'm sure you face such situations. How do you handle those situations?
Basically, an architect is designing for not a developer. First of all, he must have to understand which is the location and what does a developer is asking for. Thus, he will be able to cater the right product at a right place. And if he is able to cater that right product at a right place, but does it will be with the right price tag? And does he will be able to address that people or not? There are so many often it happens like that. A client come with that, I want to make a hotel on this road. And when we see that, if he will be making a hotel over here, does his break-even time will be there in 15 years, 20 years or not? Second, he may think that he wants to make a project in a Dindoli and he wants to have a 5 BHK flat. Does really he will have a customer? So it's basically an architect, he has to decide whether in this particular place he should build this or not. Builder is the biggest risk taker. He pour his money and he allows us to spend his money on your vision. So maybe possible you have to left the project. You may not be doing the project, but you have to say him, no, this is not the right place or this is even not the right time to do that.
Great.
If we are doing a business, then we will be dealing with that and we will be doing. But I think brokers are earning much better than an architect. This is the truth. This is the real truth of a market.
Yeah.
But if an architect will not suggest him that this is not the right product at the right place and the right time, so maybe it happens like that. If that builder will spend his 5 years, his money and everything, and the next person who is coming on that area is earning out of it.
Correct.
Not that builder or not that developer. I will give you one example for a Vesu. At that point of a time, Raju Kagarwala was the biggest developer there. And the opposite side, at the same time, I was having a project for a Rajans, and that is at a Adajan. So both of them wants that they want to build a bungalow there. And I said, I think you both are wrong. You cannot have a bungalow. Fortunately, Raju Bhai has got the plan sanctioned and they started a work for that. And here at the center now, it is a Ratna Jyoti. And I'm talking about 2004, 2005. Was having a bungalows of 1.5 crores, 1.05 crore and around 75 lakhs. I said it will not be sell. He made around 20 bungalows. And after 6 months, he broke all the bungalows. And one fine day, they all came to me. And I said, you can have the tower over here, but you are one of a very good developer today in the city. So you may be able to sell 1250 rupees a square feet. Others will be able to get, maybe he may be able to sell or not, I don't know. But you will be able to sell that. At during that point of a time, I think the rate for a Vesu was 950 rupees, 1 kilometer before Ratna Jyoti,
Right.
1.5 kilometers. And then they done the project of a tower and they sold at 1250 rupees. And within the 3 days, he booked more than 180 flats.
Wow.
So always an architect must have that courage and clarity regarding that particular area and that particular product.
Yeah. Yeah.
And second thing, if you are going to stay there in that flat, I think developer will not have any single flat for him to sell. But
Right.
if I am not going to go there and stay there, then I think I will not also be there or he will not be also there.
Right. So next question is for Vishal Bhai Kheradia. So again, to do with money, you're doing so many nice retails, very expensive jewelry stores, apparel stores, etc. Now you have an idea in mind and you want to execute that and it needs a particular cost. And your client thinks otherwise, can a business માટે આ સારું છે? We should have a more bigger rack here. You say you put a feature wall there. So in such situations, how do you make your decisions? Would you insist on what you want to do, or would you try to look at your client?
First of all, I look in that whether this project needs what he is demanding or not. Because in retail, what I focus is the only merchandise is an important thing. So if it is required a feature wall, spending so much of money over there, or spending a good money in the lighting or in the sitting comforts zone that way. And I convince my client that don't waste any of the product, any of the money in such a product that it is not going to look very good at that point. And mostly I convince them to do that so.
Okay, thank you. So this question is for all the three of you, Saroj Bhai, Jignesh and Vishal. Either or all of you can respond to this. As a representative of key national professional institutes like II and IID, how can you or how should you help find an optimum balance between the architect and the developer? Right now, I don't see any role these organizations play in dealing or with the developer. So what do you think should be a proactive step? Either of you. So these professional institutes like IIA and IIT, they are for the profession, but they are not addressing any issue to do with the developer and the architect or the designer relationship. So what if you are in that position, how would you really, and you are in that position, how would you go about it? What do you suggest?
First of all, institute has a different focus. And really the focus is not to have to, balance this equation between the developer and the designer. We focus more on the designer. It is the designer's ability to maybe convince the developer. So that we do by presentations like we had today of Sandeep ji, where you realize that this can be done. This can be done maybe in Surat too. But you need the convincing power and you need the convincing tools. By tools, I mean also size of the office, your deliverables to the client. So if the institutes push that, I think they are bringing the developer closer to design. And that is what our design institute should aim to. We should not actually focus on bringing them together because one is a businessman and one is a designer. So I think it will be a great injustice to design if we introduce business in it. Okay, I will ask you a question. Okay, supposing an architect grows from, like Sandeep ji said, from 2 to 200. Is it a business or is it a design?
I think we are actually programmed to think in silos.
Yeah.
But if you look at deeply, we are one human being and we have a capability to think about a lot of things at the same time. So to really, it's not about making that choice. If you want to do well and go about achieving whatever you want to do, you don't have a choice but to learn the various aspects. I think it is that simple for me that જે achieve કરવું છે એના માટે what is required, so I better know it. Accounting, nobody teaches us in college. Right now we've learned tax planning. So it's all part and parcel of growing up as a human being, not growing up as an architect. That's what I feel.
I think it is a discipline what makes the difference.
Sorry?
It's a discipline what makes the difference.
Yes.
Yeah, to answer your question, institutes can bring about a change in the equation with builders or developers or, various professionals or various businesses. And we have been doing it in IIIT. We've brought together 5 organizations and CREDAI being one of them, where, IIT, CREDAI, IPA, ISHRAE are on one platform. And they sit together and, take things together further. So basically, you're giving them a platform where, they can kind of understand each other's requirements, understand each other's the kind of work that they do, and even the basic understanding which is missing, that needs to be kind of, very clearly defined. So we've been working on that. And when you say that, as Sarosh pointed out, that when you become from 2 to 200, and we've seen recently that we have several people who are running the firms. They write principal architects, founders, but we've also seen now that we write CEOs and we write managing directors. So are we like kind of looking away from being a professional and, getting to be a businessman? Because the titles say it all. Everything is on a title. When you become a MD, managing director, so are you now managing things? Or are you managing architecture? Are you managing 200 people? When you become a CEO, so like you are the chief executive officer. So are you a chief executive architect or a chief principal architect or a chief executive officer. So with times, I think the definitions and your role also kind of, evolves. And that is where we are going. And another thing, like a lot of discussion, happens around you have to educate the client. Like, why should we take this moral high ground and talk about educating someone who's already maybe is worth 500 crores or 1,000 crores or 2,000 crores? All right. And you can't even dream of reaching that level. And when you're talking to a builder or developer, like Sandeep frequently does with the top Indian developers, they have reached where they are because they had some vision, they had some dreams, and then, they made it possible on their own. It is not us by our projects that they are there, because they already had a vision and then they come to us. If they come to Sandeep, it's with a reason, and it's a commercial angle as well. It's not just about aesthetics, because Sandeep can deliver both of it professionally and exactly where, they want him to deliver. That's why he is the MD. He is also a businessman. He is also an architect, and the developer comes to him. So I feel that rather than educating, it's a two-way street, right? You also know you're with a lot of big businessmen in Surat, big diamond merchants. And frankly speaking, maybe you have learned more from them rather than you educating them, if I'm not wrong.
Absolutely.
I know a few of your clients.
Right.
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 So I believe that we should not take this moral high ground. We should deal with them as in the least as equals, and maybe understand their requirements, understand what they want, and maybe deliver somewhere in between. That is what I feel.
Thank you, Jignesh. It was really a very good insight coming right from the heart. And I guess Sandeep also wants to add something to it.
Yeah. So I would just like to take this opportunity, and I'm very glad the theme is here. So as an institute, coming to that point, many of you must be aware that we wrote a complete new manual of practicing guidelines. How many of you are aware that Council of Architecture had the MEP? And during the COVID times, we are blessed with a very good president, and he requested us to write the code. We worked on 63 consecutive Saturdays. When I say we, means bunch of 8-9 people, and we wrote a new manual, which are 5 volumes. I strongly request all people, especially the young architects, to go through those manuals. It talks about these particular aspects, which has been talked by all the panelists here. We have studied almost every manual in the globe, right from American Institute of Architects to REBA to South Africa. And you can see all of them have such a nicely articulated the manual of guidelines for the architectural practice. It talks about ethics, codes, practices, business, what is the future, etc. Number one. Number two, so many codes are getting written now. Please understand, we are in that transitional mode where the new NBC is coming 2025. I want all the young architects to be a part of code writing. We never participate in writing of a code and then we criticize, why is it not so? Why is it not so? So again, ECBC is now coming up with ECSBC, where energy conservation sustainability building code and carbon neutrality and the carbon climate changes is the key. How many of you know that the new education policy which is declared, and for the architectural course, there is no mention of a climate change, zero. There is no mention of a universally accessible code for the physically child, zero. So we, again, when I say we, it's not me, bunch of few people, we advocated to council and we said, okay, let us be a part of that thing. And we have included the climate change policy into the architectural curriculum, also the universal accessibility code into the architectural curriculum. So my humble request that keep your eyes and ears open, participate, be inclusive. All of you have such a wonderful future. India is in that transitional mode where nobody else in the globe, what is going to happen in India. And our codes are getting rewritten. Stalwarts are sitting here, Triple ID chairman, we have IIA people. We must participate. Everywhere in the globe, their institutes are participating. And that's what we must do for our better future. That's all I would like to say.
Thank you so much, Sandeep. That's so much of information and so wonderful insight.
I just have a
Yes,
question
Mohit.
to Jignesh, Sorry. I just have a question to Jignesh. This is a little touchy subject for me. I always feel that there needs to be a much higher collective consciousness with designers. I'm sorry to say the impunity with which the developers, they try to overrule. The bureaucrats, they try to overrule. I'm sorry to say it is the designers who are designing the cities of tomorrow. These bureaucrats may have a small tenure and they may move out. But there's always a continuous tussle between a designer and a developer because they are at conflict of purpose. I'm again saying they are at a conflict of purpose. A good designer will always like to be remembered, not for how many buildings he has done, but for the impact that he has left behind. Whereas a developer is only interested in building efficiency and making his money. This is something which I even talked at the Construction Week Awards. Before was there, and I asked this to Boman Irani and Niranjan Hiranandani. Please learn to respect designers. For once, if end customer just trust the designer, just see what they do. And I think it is something that the whole world will see.
Thank you so much, Mohit. It was
To
really
reply,
touching what you said. And
Just,
yes,
just,
Jignesh. Yes,
just to reply to you, see, we come across all kinds of builders and developers. And believe me, there are builders and developers who are so good at understanding the psyche of a client or the homeowner. They will tell you exactly, what they want, why they want it, and why the client is going to love it. So we cannot just say that or put all developers in one particular bracket, because there are all kinds of people, there are all kinds of architects too, mind you, there are all kinds of designers too. So similarly, there are all kinds of developers, but you have in place very intelligent developers who can exactly tell you what is going to work and what is not going to work. Number one. Even with bureaucrats, the same can be, held true. Because see, for example, you have all these IAS officers who are running these things, and we cannot say they are not intelligent or they are not ready to comprehend what is right for a city or what is right for a particular population. And I'll just give an example when this Amitabh Kant, right? He was made chief of the planning commission and he had brilliant ideas. We had the opportunity to hear him, how India could be taken ahead, about make it India. And he had wonderful ideas and there was no talk of L1, L2, L3. He wanted the best. So there are all kinds of people. You just need a stable mind. Your arguments should carry logic, basically, which kind of, is understood by the person whom you are corresponding or talking to, and your job becomes very easy. You don't have to talk about concepts or a lot of other things. You just have to talk logic and basic understanding. And I think one of the Jigar said in the last panel discussion, common sense. That's it. That is what matters.
Thank you, Jignesh. Point made and point taken. Thank you. So moving to the next segment, I just have one question in this. We always talk about IGBC, USGBC, Griha, khali point score karwana che. It is nothing more than a greenwash. It's not probably the best way to do a green building. Then my question to you is, what is your take on these rating systems? And if this is not the best way, what is the better way to measure a green building? Anybody? There's only one question I'm posing in the sustainability section. Anybody can answer.
Fortunately or unfortunately, I was the first in 1991 to start a subject teaching in architecture college for the pre-final studio called sustainability and energy efficiency in design. So I was learning along with them. That time, now this green and all didn't exist. So I was actually learning with each batch. If somebody from that batch is there, So I was learning with each batch what actually it means. So I very strongly believe that all these systems of sustainability, whether it's LEED, whether it's IGBC, whether it's Griha, are all guidelines to making a building. So don't think that it's a rating system, you have to just tick the boxes. It is not that. If you go through the manuals, you'll know that you will gain a lot of knowledge just by putting very small changes into your design. You might make the building more sustainable, you might save more water, you might want to treat things at the right moment so that effluent doesn't go out. So all this is awareness, which now designers need to take the world forward. So I very strongly believe that it is not just ticking of boxes, and it is something which is a system which maybe colleges don't teach, but you only go through them to know just by doing a little more, you can achieve such a lot. Not for that builder, maybe, not for the user, maybe the user might not even realize it, but for the world to go forward. So that's what I believe in sustainability.
Thank you. Anybody else? Is there a better way to measure than these systems? Measure sustainability? Is there a better way to measure sustainability than these available systems today? That's my question.
Would it be too much to say that all these rating systems and green building systems and everything is a hoax? Would it be too much? Because didn't we make green buildings 50 years ago?
No, but
So there's a yardstick for beauty too, because in some of these magazines, you have dimensions for a perfect face, right? And they give you dimensions that, okay, this is the size of the nose, that's the section, that's the perfect beauty. But do you need those parameters to judge if someone is beautiful?
Jignesh, we're diverting from the question. Sustainability. No, I know where this is going. No. I don't want to get. It's beyond sustainability. I want to talk only about measurability in sustainability. Sorry, Jignesh.
In our olden times, all the villages were sustainable
Absolutely.
and that were green also.
Correct.
Today, we have the need as urbanization, and we want more of that in every area. And so these things is always been debatable and it will not be completely done.
Yes.
Because as you grow with the money, the things will happen. But where there is no money, he may not have a think for that. Because everybody is having in his brain, something extra will be there.
Right.
To be very honest, it is not extra. But the procedure will be followed or the right consultant for mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire, landscape, facade. If it will be there on the board the day person is designing, then I think in Surat, 85 to 90% building will be the green buildings.
Right. Absolutely. So my take on this is that we badly need a measurability on the greed part. Once we are able to get the measurability of the greed, probably these systems may not be needed. But till then, I think you need these systems to keep everybody in check. That is what I feel. Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Thank you. So getting out of the sustainability part to the business of design. And so My question to Vishal is, what are some entrepreneurial ventures in architecture and design that are breaking the ceiling today with their innovative concepts?
Um, of late, there is very interesting things that have started coming up, and since I think Sandeep also talked about the national education policies and everything that is coming. So, and you were talking about the silos and all. So slowly, even this design education and even the profession that we are into has started thinking about how these silos can be broken. And that's why in the previous session also we had this debate about, why business has to be there, why you need to go into production or those kind of things. Primarily what we need to understand is we also have to look at this very objectively. And, there is a lot of apprehension about that, we should not mix business and design and all. But ultimately, when you look at this, we are also into a profession wherein we are accountable and responsible for a lot of resources that we use, whether it is of the client of the city or of anything. So I think business again is something which is measurable and is an inevitable part of design, is my take.
Thank you, Vishal. So next one is to uh, all the doyens sitting here, especially Sanjay Bhai and Sharosh Bhai. Is owning and growing an architectural practice, if it is to be approached as a business, what are some strategies, advice, or tips that you would give to the young architects sitting out here?
I think you have to be very, very honest. Not with you, but with the product what you create, with the project what you do, or the kind of a client you are having. And moreover, I will say that the designer who is designing anything, if he's really doing his conscious effort to give his best, then that will be the right thing for tomorrow. At the same time, in last recent years, every area will be taken care very, very minutely by the developers also and by the end users also. Today in our city, we don't have a real kind of a landscape designer or a facade consultants or a lighting consultants. We may have the MEPF consultant, but they are not enough to cater the whole fraternity. And even the education system which is there. So today the subject which is economics, I think we learned 2 years for the economics and 1 year for a psychology. Unfortunately, in today's subject, it is not that. And today's architects think that they are an architect, they will not do the interior designing, they will not make the electrical layout, they don't understand the plumbing layout, they are not ready to draw even a landscape for their own projects. If all this knowledge you don't have, I don't think that you will be able to commence the complete project for your client. I think Sandeep is taking much care regarding all these subjects. With that engineers, I think he's spending much of his time rather than designing his own product or a project. Once he will be designed that, then he is having a team of engineers and even architects and the interior designers to make the things happen in the correct way. So in last 10 years or 15 years, as Snail has said very correctly, in both the fields or all the professional fields, we can say we don't see any clinic is opening. We are seeing hospital is opening. The same way we don't see any individual tax lawyers are opening up. There are also a bunch of people who become together and they do the job. The same way in the architecture in last decade in Surat, Adda is there, Utopia is there, and so many people are coming up with 3, 4 people together because now it's not a single one-man cup of tea. As Sandeep is working, I am working. I'm working since last 27 years, but I don't know whether I have lived or not. But tomorrow, you people are the tomorrow for this city, this country, and even for the world also. So I think every architect, and they must know all the curriculums. They must go during the college time to sanction a one plan. He must understand the bylaws. He understand the design, fine. If he doesn't understand the bylaws, he's not going to design for anybody. He's going to design for someone who is knowing that bylaws. There are so many engineers, or I can say interior designers who are doing the business in this city, and the architects are working there happily because they are getting more salary. Here the economics also comes. This is the truth for this city. But an architect, if you will be asking, you will go to the corporation, बोले नहीं वो मेरा काम नहीं है, नहीं वो मेरा काम नहीं है, इलेक्ट्रिकल लेआउट मैं नहीं बनाऊंगा, फर्नीचर लेआउट मुझे आता नहीं है, लैंडस्केप के लिए मैं डिस्कस नहीं करूंगा, उसके लिए कंसल्टेंट है ना, तो कंसल्टेंट तो उसका काम करेगा. बट व्हाट यू वांट in your project, if you are not clear with that, you cannot create something. As Sandeep has shown his project, he has removed 100 meter. No, he has set 100 meter. He has redesigned 100 meter. He has to take all the pain from the day one, from 0 to again to the 100 or 360, whatever it may be. But at that point of a juncture, the developer will be sitting in his office on his head, and his team is working 24/7 for maybe for 10 days, 15 days, 20 days, 30 days. And today I will say that he is satisfied with the another building or a first building. The first dream, which was the right. And in that we can see that Kohinoor. The next project, no, we cannot. He has designed specifically a building of 13 floors for the services. Why he has to design that? Being an architect, I worked with so many people, so many architects together, so many engineers, interior designers. Surat doesn't have that culture, especially in architects also, in developers also. They don't want everybody on the board who are on our very first day. Rather, in a Bombay, you go to Ahmedabad or you talk about a Singapore or anywhere. Everybody will be single on us, sitting on a single table. Then and then only tomorrow in your project, you will be having that experience of a completeness. Otherwise, today I am designing something, someone else is designing an interior. Some interior designer may be making a landscape. In a medical fraternity, I don't know whether a gynecologist will be operate for ophthalmo. But in our line, I think so many people are doing that. And this is a very, very unfortunate for this city and very, very unfortunate for the young entrepreneurs or young architects, because they see that it is something rubbish, but they are doing it because they want money. They want that click.
Thank you, Sanjay Bhai. You guys sitting out there at the back, especially the young architects, you're lucky to have these insights from somebody like Sanjay Bhai, who's seen it all in his life.
It is really needed. It is really needed. Since last 1 month in my office, I have started at 2:35 to speak between 50 people. And the people who are there with me, who are engineers or a draftsman, they are ready to come forward and speak. But architects, they are ashamed to come. Communication is the only skill an architect does have. Because on your idea, someone else is going to spend the money. And sorry to say, but developer who's pour money is much, much, much intelligent and creative when it comes on a money. This is a real truth. He's hanged up. If he will not get out of that project, he will die. And with him, minimum 50, 100 people dies. Because one developer, it doesn't make that he is only earning. No. We all here has worked for some or other developer or some or other entrepreneur. They all are the biggest creators. And they are having the most creativity because they are spending money. If we are stuck in the same area, what we will do? We'll make a suicide. So we are professionals, and professional must respect all the people who is working with you. Maybe he's an engineer, maybe he's a draftsman, maybe other consultants. Because architect is a air, okay, but one day he has to land on earth. He cannot live on a air. When a student comes from the architecture, he's on a air. There's the truth. There's the real truth. And when he comes on a earth, I think it is 5 years has been passed. He's married and maybe he's having 2 children. And he thinks in the night what he's going to do. Rather he do the practice, rather he will nurture a baby, what he's going to do. And one fine day he comes to know that he's become a teacher. He's become this. So sorry, but architecture has so many allied services. Landscape consultancy, lighting consultancy, facade. You can do any damn thing what you like, but it should be from your heart, bottom of your heart, to serve a society, not to earn a money. If you are earning a money on the very first phase, I think and I doubt you will be running for next 30 years or 50 years. Because in our fraternity, there are like a HCP who is, I think, 80 years. Aniket Bhagwatji, it's the third generation. Bopatkar, Subha Bopatkar, and that. There are the landscape people. They are, I think, third generation or a fourth generation. It's not about the legacy. Architecture is not about the legacy. It's a pure pain in your ass. If you are ready to take that pain today, today for next 10 to 15 years. Today I was saying a Snail, when I came out from the college, my classmate and I came at night 1 o'clock. I will take 2 minutes, but I think it is really needed for every young people. Vishal was saying me that they are not able to sit for 12 hours a day. But unfortunately, a person who is doing a flooring fitting works, is earning a 60 or 70,000 rupees. And a new architect, I think it is 12 to 15,000 rupees. उसको वो नहीं करना है. मैंने प्रताप देसाई के ऑफिस में झाड़ू भी मारा है. I used to go to his office on a Deepavali day also. I have never had any vacation till COVID. 4 days at every year. But if you will really become a dog for next 10 years, I think this whole city will have a proud for all young architects, because this India needs more than 1,000 Hafiz contractors today, or more than 1,000 Sandeep Secret today.
Thank you.
It is real truth.
Thank you,
In
Sanjay bhai.
2040, 50% of Indian population will be living in a cities. Snail has said to the first debaters, okay, what will be the solution for this bylaws? There is a solution. One TIP scheme is equal to one final plot. And it has to be said on a pro rata basis. If it will be said on a pro rata basis, I think we can save 30% of the infrastructural cost what we spend. We don't have the green. Why we don't have the green? Because all the urban designers who has developed or designed the town planning schemes, they are making a small chunks as per the individual land users. But in Andhra Pradesh, if they can think for the whole new city to be made, then why can't we have that a one TP scheme is equal to one final plot opposite to the airport area? We can have only single final plot on the right side, and the left side is another final plot. We can develop the whole TP scheme in a way that there will be a distance of minimum 2 kilometers opposite to 2 towers. You can have the greens, you can have everything, but it is always a necessity for not such a forum or another forum, but at least the brain who is working for this city and who are going to live in this city, they have to become together and give their real suggestion and ideology to the authorities.
Thank
We
you,
all
Sanjay
are, I will take a 1 minute more.
Sanjay, we have to do justice to the other speakers also.
Thank you. Thank you.
Apologies. I'd like to, I guess we are overrun time now. So we can conclude by listening to what advice Saroj Bhai has for the next generation.
I'll just summarize for you what Sanjay Bhai was saying. But Sanjay Bhai, I must inform you by 2 years. So I don't see that I have churned out trash. And I see many of the faces here who have been my students. So this is a different thing. What you come out in any profession, whether it is medicine, whether it's engineering, or whether it's a diploma in something. When you come out in the profession, it's a different feel altogether. Our academics is not linked with life. So what we learn in a college is limited to maybe enhancing our skills or honing our skills. What we come out in the profession and do is to be learned. Unfortunately, what happens now, Sanjay Bhai, is that everybody gets a chance in maybe third year. I've seen some students even printing a card, and he's already doing a project because working drawings are taught by third year. So he's there, he thinks he can draw, and that's why. And now the new skill has come up. We are talking of architecture graduates or engineering graduates. A new skill development has come up with a lot of force, which is 3D makers. So be careful, you might lose a job to a 3D maker. Imagine, he can draft better than you, he can show better than you, and he can portray better than you. Maybe only thing he can't do is fix the functioning. Okay, so now these all things are there for you. So in a nutshell, if I put things in Sanjay Bhai's perspective is that take experience. Take experience. Today is the world of collaboration. When you do, a comment which Snehal made last time was that the younger generation, which were just before us, were partners. 4 people working together, 3 people working together, 2 people working together. So what does it indicate? It is a necessity now to collaborate and learn, or have collaborations all over. What he's talking MEP, and MEP can be a collaborator if he's involved at the right place and at the right time. But if we shun MEP, and if we shun maybe air conditioning person and say, "Arey, ye to baad mein aayega," so then we can't progress. Whether it's sustainability that we want to do, whether it's green buildings we want to do, whether it's energy efficiency which you want to portray in a building, if you don't involve people now, so all practices have become collaborative. And I think that is what has given to this young architects coming out of the colleges and starting practicing, and then facing a lot of trouble, maybe for the seniors also sometimes. So that can be a little curved when you try and gain experience somewhere and then step into the profession. And this collaboration is there in the younger generation because they work together and they don't mind calling themselves. See, that is Sanjay Bhai, you have to learn that from them. The younger generation doesn't mind saying, okay, I have not learned anything. Let me learn it now. Would I have done it when I graduated maybe 38 years ago? I would not. I would have said, no, let me try it myself. Maybe this client will curse me. Now, this is the good aspect of younger generation. It accepts also, okay, we are lacking in this. So let me get another person involved. They don't mind collaborating, but collaborate after experience. Don't blindly collaborate so that your practice runs. So that is the only advice I can give you. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yes, you want to add something? Yes, sure. I'm concluding. Yes, you can.
This is really getting there.
So I think just 5 minutes, not more than 5 minutes, but there are 3 take homes which I would really like to give all of you. Because I think I owe that. First thing, that being an architect, I mean, there was such a fantastic advices have been given by Doyens. Being an architect, we are blessed to have all the doors open for us. You know, everyone in the world will never ever hesitate to part you the knowledge. When I started designing tall buildings, I did not know nothing. So I said, okay, let me acquire that knowledge because it's my responsibility. I met the CEO of a Samsung construction company who built Burj Al Khalifa. And I said, Mr. Abdul Razak, I want to see Burj Al Khalifa. He said, who are you? I said, I'm an architect from India and I'm designing this building. And I showed him my building pictures. He was damn impressed. He told his team, please make sure that this architect gets to see right from the basement till 835 meters of Burj Al Khalifa. And I have seen that building as nobody else has seen. The team toured me for 6 consecutive days. I was going in the morning at 8 o'clock, concluding the whole visit in the evening at 8 o'clock. And I could grab all that knowledge, which helped me to design the building. I met the CEO of a Taipei 101, Kathy Young. Please Google her. She's a brilliant lady. She's the one who converted that Taipei 101 from X to the best building because the behavioral pattern of a tall building is different. I met the facility manager, John Ringlet, and so on. I can keep talking. So in a nutshell, don't feel shy. Go to the people. And as an architect, you're always welcome. You must make friends, international friends, national friends, stalwarts, everybody, and grab the knowledge before you start designing in your building. Second take home, you have to catch up Revit. There is nothing that can happen without Revit. All these complex buildings, all these complex built environment are much more easier, much more efficient, much more convincing, where you can evaluate the performance and a word life cycle analysis of your building is going to be asked to an architect. Now, there's a very beautiful thing before said, what is architecture after architect? So we have to also know what is our built environment going to do after we leave that. And that all is possible in Revit. We do the buildings, all these buildings which I showed you, we do it in Revit 3D, 4D is a cost, 5D is a schedule, 6D is what we give it to the contractor who do as built, and 7D goes to the facility manager. So such complex buildings cannot be maintained and operated without having a digital tool. So they have a complete tool that keeps on graduating, and that's how the efficiency and that's how the overall operational standard comes. This is something which is very important for an architect to know if you are aspired to do a large size, complex, mixed use, high density, high rise projects. Last one, believe me, now from sustainability, we are moving towards a carbon neutrality. The time will come, not more than 3 years, not more than 3 years, where every architect will be given a carbon number. Now, let me tell you, today, the global GHG emission is 8.4 billion ton today. And with the historical growth of 1.3%, by 2050, it will go to 14.5 billion ton GHG emission. That means temperature rise by 6 degrees centigrade. Half the world will become non-livable. And India has signed the COP 2026. We are going to sign COP 2028. We have a huge commitment because we are the ones in the globe who's going to build a lot, and building industry contributes 40%. So what is going to happen? While I was writing a code, I could see that signal, that every architect will be given a CO2 kg CO2 per square meter. आपको इसमें करना है. अगर आप नया ऑफिस बिल्डिंग कर रहे हो 1 लाख फुट का, you will be given a mandate that you cannot exceed kg CO2 per square meter. You have to do it in that. What does it mean? You have to understand the carbon numbers. You have to understand the embodied carbon. Where are we? And this is a best opportunity for all young architects to teach the West that how India can become the best precedent and best example for the whole globe to see how we can do the best carbon neutral buildings. And in Surat, no other architect should come from outside. The entire Surat should be built by the Suratkars and with the Suratkars. That's what is my opinion.
Wow.
So I was hoping to summarize what I witnessed today in both the sessions, but I don't think I have the courage to do that. It was such a fantastic sessions. Both these sessions had a lot of contrast and lot of beautiful drops of wisdom showered all around in this particular round from Sandeep ji and all the sitting out here. So all I can do is with full heart, I express my gratitude towards all of you. Thank you for your wholehearted participation. Thank you. Thank you.
और हमारे सूत्रधार स्नेहल जी के लिए make some noise.
Yes. Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful. The watch says 11:15, but it looks like been one marathon evening, but truly of substance. And I wish we can, I mean, out of the script in the Jeep, but I felt very passionate and emotional. I think this thread of discussion should continue. And we looking at you people, it really encourages Sandeep Mohitji to come back to this city and take this thread ahead for the rest of the world and India, of course, to understand what Surat and what talented designers we have. Love you, Surat.
Thank you.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Let me confess that this was one of the best design debates we have done so far. This is the 19th city we have done. This is one of the best design debates and one of the longest running design debates till date.
Apologies for that.
No, but so much food for thought that we have almost lost thought for food. See, everyone is glued to the chair, not getting up till now.
And also on social media.
Yes.
We are live.
So many likes and followers on social media. I guess
On the
Amrita-
console, Amrita, can you stand up from there? This lovely lady, the head of marketing, is already kicking in on social media.
Yes, more than, I guess, 6,000 people on social media. This was like a record that was set today. Thank you so much, Snail bhai. You could have only pulled this and with all the doyens and Sandeep ji. May I call on stage Mr. Prabhu, General Manager, Blue Star, and Mr. Mohit Hajela to join us on stage for a felicitation. May I please request Jignesh bhai to step ahead? Walk up, lady. Walk up, lady. Jignesh bhai, can you please step ahead? Sanjay ji, can you please step ahead, sir? Thank you. Your anecdotes were so good. And Snail bhai was saying you won't speak on stage. Sarosh ji, can you please step ahead, sir, for a felicitation? Mr. Sarosh. Mr. Vishal Khirdia. Mr. Vishal Shah. Thank you, gentlemen. That was brilliant. We have already felicitated. And that wraps up the Design Debate Surat edition. What a joy it has been. And you have been an absolutely wonderful audience. I thank you for your patience and a huge round of applause for each one of you for being here today and for bearing with us. I guess the time was well spent.
And
So
just
much-
a very quick 2 seconds. So we are also doing Aces of Space Design Awards, 8th of December, Sofitel launch. Let's see Surat, send in more nominations, show your work.
Please do.
Yeah, keep it coming. And 21st, 22nd December, Sandeep, we are holding a Marriott International Design Conference. If you guys are interested to work with Marriott, so be our guest. Thank you.
And a formal thank you to our title partner, Jaguar Bath and Light. Mohit ji, thanks a ton. Category partner, MRF WebCure Paints. Exhibit partner, Duroply. HVAC partner, Blue Star. Our knowledge partners, Indian Institute of Architects, Surat Center, and Indian Institute of Interior Designers, Surat Center. Thank you all for your support. And of course, I would like to thank our esteemed guest, our fantastic curator and moderator, Snehal ji, once again. The dinner and mocktails are open now. Please enjoy your evening. Thank you so much. Done.